Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second day of our 19th version of Research in Action. Today, we have a very rich agenda again. We're going to have a plenary, some presentations, and also a panel at the end of the day. We expect that you connect with us throughout the whole morning and tell us what you have been learning from this event about mentoring, research for bilingual education, and English language teaching. We are going to start today's morning with Diego Alejandro Niño. He is a student at Universidad Libre, and he will be talking about his research project entitled Personality as an Influencing Factor in the Identity of Reservist Teachers in Foreign Language. Diego Alejandro Niño is currently studying his bachelor's degree in Humanities and Languages at Universidad Libre. His research project is called Personality as an Influencing Factor in the Identity of Reservist Teachers in Foreign Language, which is aimed to identify the factors that might help a teacher be a better person in the classroom with the students. Let's give a warm welcome to Diego. Diego, the floor is yours. Welcome to Research in Action.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you, Carolina. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning.
Well, first of all, I want to apologize, but my camera isn't working. So that detail, I'm sorry, but well, it's out of my hands.
Okay.
Yes. And now I'm going to talk about my research project. So please tell me if you can see my screen right now. Yes, can you? Okay, yes. Well, let's start. So, as Carolina said before, my project is entitled Personality as an Influencing Factor in the Identity of Teachers in Foreign Language Training. My name is Diego Alejandro Niño. I'm going to present myself again. I belong to the Semillero Didácticos, which is a semillero that is part of my university, where we identify different things about the identity of teachers, professional identity, environment of all the things that are related to teaching. Yeah, that's what this semillero is aimed to do. Is looking for to do a deep research in this phenomenon, which is a professional teaching identity. Okay, so let's begin what I've found so far. So I'm going to start with the description of the problem situation. The personality of a teacher is an important factor, as we all know that in the classroom we have throughout all our years in the classroom, it's something that we have looked for, that we have paid attention to, and it is transmitted to the students in the classroom. Yes, I'm going to show you. There is a part here that says see Appendix B, so I'm going to show you the appendix. Well, before I continue, this part is in Spanish because I implemented a survey to obtain data. So I decided to implement it in Spanish, so I will get I'll get better data, more accurate data. Maybe if I implement it in English, some people couldn't understand some questions or dissolve it also. But this part, I decided to implement it in Spanish in order to get better information. And for the people I send the survey to understand the questions on all the things in a better way. So I'm going to explain it. The first question was, do you consider that the personality of a teacher is influenced in the way that how he or she performs his or her profession in the classroom? Yes, no, and why? And these were the answers that I got from it. The first one was that the personality of a teacher is something transmissible, that, for example, if a teacher is angry, if a teacher is sad, or if a teacher is relaxed, the students will feel the same way. That's like what most of the people I sent the survey to answered. There were other factors that they considered were important. For example, the values and the way how he or she treats the students, the acceptation of their identity. Like, for example, if a teacher agrees with the way a student is, I don't know if he like his or her likes, dislikes, I don't know, whatever. The attention given to the students. There are some teachers that see that, I don't know, a student has a failure, or even if a student is very good, they keep encouraging him or her, or the other way around. And it can be like the teacher doesn't really care about the students. That's something that also has an influence. The methodology implemented and the relation that the teacher has with the classroom at all. Like, for example, I don't know, a teacher might feel better with a specific group of class than with another. Why? Because, I don't know, some kids in this group are intelligent, let's say, are dedicated, while in the other one they are not that dedicated, they might be annoying. Those are the things that are being considered. But I'm gonna focus on the first one, which is that the personality of a teacher is something transmissible, something that can be transmitted. So having said that, this factor that I said before, that influences teachers in the language training, it can be either in a positive way or negative. Well, here I have two more appendixes, so I'm gonna show them. So the way that it can be influenced in a positive way is this one. For that part, I asked this question. In the process during the university, have you ever evidenced in any moment that the personality of a teacher benefits the way that you dictate the class? And a lot of them has given me some testimonies. For example, yes, I have evidence that when a teacher is humble and comprehensible with the students, they develop a better attitude in the classroom, or the disposition, the energy, the way he or she encourages the students, the way he or she dictates the class. Here, for example, there is an example of a teacher from French didactics that she reflects her personality in the class by being happy, by developing games, by making the students feel comfortable in the classroom. And that's the way like all the students feel if the teacher acts that way. Yeah, they are saying that those things were transmitted to them when they saw the teacher, or the way realized that the teacher was performing his or her class like that they was being happy, humble, having energy, encouraging students, being empathic, all those things together. Yeah. But it can be the other way around. If for that, I ask this question. In your process during university, have you ever evidenced that in any moment the personality of a teacher has prejudiced the way that he or she dictates a class? And yes, it happened the same way. Yeah. There were a lot of examples, but these were like some of the examples that I decided to post because they were like the most complete and the ones that had most information about. So yes, for example, this first one, there are some aspects that can be very toxic or nasty. For example, if in the case of an English teacher, if he or she laughs at a student for the way he or she pronounces, or the way he writes grammar, or she, well, whatever, for any reason, if the teacher makes fun of that student, the students will start developing like a fear of talking English, because every time that he or she will try to speak English, will remind that moment when the teacher laughed at him or her because he couldn't pronounce it perfectly. Okay, also in the other way, if there is, well, another example, there is if a teacher is very relaxing, if he doesn't make the students make an effort, it will be hard because eventually students won't care about that subject. They will be like, oh, okay, with this teacher, it's going to be easy. I won't have any problems approving, or yeah, like they will find that striving will be pointless because the teacher is not asking them to do more. So that's something bad. Like it can be if a teacher is mean, or if a teacher is very relaxing. Also, if a teacher is very angry, for example, I don't know, if a teacher yells at a student for doing something wrong, or doesn't have patience, because us as teachers must have patience. We must have patience because we have to know that not each person, each student learns the same way, and we need to be patient. But some teachers sometimes don't have that patience, so they might be rude or mean, or well, exactly like that, just because they don't have that. And if teachers are very close-minded, that's something that really prejudices the class, because in a classroom there is a lot of diversity, a lot of people who are totally different. So all these things together can prejudice the students. As I said before, it is transmissible. It can be benefit personality can either benefit or prejudice the classroom, depending on how the teacher transmits it. So along with the teachers they had during their career in the university, this was like the survey I implemented, I decided to lead this to a development in the identity of teachers in training, in the way that they will implement, how they will implement their personality in the future in a good way. Yeah, either if they're gonna become English or French teachers. Yeah. Okay, so this was like the main problem that I found. Now, the research question. How do the personal characteristics of teachers of English and or French affect the development of professional identity in teachers in training? That was the research question, and that was the question that I responded it with the previous slideshows. Yeah, like those characteristics that I mentioned before are the way that they might either affect positively or negatively the development of a professional identity in teachers in training. What's the objective? Like all this whole research? Well, the objective, the general one, is to establish an ideal profile of the personality characteristics of English and or French teachers to influence the development of a professional identity in teachers training. Why a profile? Because, well, as we know, there isn't a perfect teacher. There isn't like a teacher that we can say, oh no, this teacher is totally perfect. He or she won't have any problems in the classroom. All students will learn. No, that doesn't exist. Yeah. But what we can do is that we can establish a profile where different teachers can gain different things that they might contribute in the classroom, in the point of personality, because that is what this research is about, how their personality can be implemented in a good way, and well, how they can manage different things that might get out of control, etc. The specific objectives: to explore the personal characteristics of teachers in training of English and French. Yeah, well, that was what I did before. I explored what were the good characteristics and bad characteristics. The second one is to identify the personal characteristics that teachers in training consider relevant to be teachers of English and or French. This is what I'm doing, like what I'm doing right now. I'm trying to focus on both sides. Like, for example, what do the students think about this, and what do the teachers experienced teachers who have been already implementing their job, their profession for a long time, what do they think about this? What have they done in the classroom or whatever in order to implement personality in a good way? And the third one, which I haven't done before because I haven't finished my research project yet, is to analyze how personal characteristics influence the projection as teachers of English and or French. In which means in the last one is where I'm going to establish the profile of that teacher, where different teachers can get more information or can have like a guidance with. Okay. What's the point of this whole research? Well, as I said before, students perceive the behavior, attitude, and emotions of a teacher in the classroom. All these things together are the personality. Since all of these are transmitted, we know already why it is being transmitted, what are the reasons. And it is necessary to investigate all these things, especially in the language, in the language field. Because as you know, in all sciences, in all subjects, I think that personality is something important, but it's more important in languages because We use a language to communicate. The way we behave and the way we think is based on our personality as well. So when we communicate either in our native or a foreign language, we are using our personality when we are transmitting our ideas. So that is why it is important. Personality is an important point in this in the languages field, because it is aimed to communicate. And for teachers, it's also important to perform it in a good way, because if you teach a student how to communicate a good way, he or she will do it all the life, all in his or her lifetime. And the next step, well, I have already shown you the point of perspective of a per-service teacher or teachers in training. Now the step that I'm developing right now, I haven't finished yet, but I will have it finished later in, I don't know, in this month or in June, is that an interview will be implemented to teachers who are or have already implemented their profession, in order to know their perspective. Yeah, like not per-service teachers, but teachers who are already executing their profession, their job as teachers, who have been working for 5 or 10 years or so. What do they think? How in their whole profession, how has their personality either helped their students or prejudice them? And what's their point of view? Because we need to know both sides, the sides of the students, per-service teachers, and the teachers who have been already implementing their profession, in order to establish that profile, in order to establish everything. That's something that everything must be considered. And in this moment, we are taking this in order to consider that step. And that's what I have till the moment. Well, as I said before, I haven't finished yet, but I will finish. I hope that I finish for by next semester. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Diego, for your presentation and for sharing with us the advances on your project. We have a couple of questions from the audience. So I'm going to start with the first one, that is by our Dean, Carlos Granados. He asks you, would you say then that teachers have to change their personality so that they can do a better job?
I wouldn't say change, but improve them. I wouldn't say that they have to totally change their personality, but they have to improve. For example, a moody teacher or a relaxing teacher can't be relaxing. He or she needs to change that. Yeah. It's not like, no, you have to be a totally different person in order to teach, but you need to take into account that if your personality is something bad, will be transmitted to the students, and students will perceive that, and they will actually, well, not execute very good in the classroom. They will care about the class because, well, because of the things that I said before. So I wouldn't say change it, but improve it in a better way for the classroom.
Okay, in the same line, Carlo continues his question with, would some people be better teachers than others due to personality factors then?
Well, I will say yes, to be honest. I mean, like, it's not something that I could hide. Would you prefer to have a class with an angry teacher, or with a relaxing teacher, or with a happy teacher that is being strict, but you feel comfortable in the classroom? Yeah, it's something that is true. Personality is something that is taking place in the classroom. Yes, I will say that some people will be better teachers than others due to personality.
Okay, we have another question from Dani Reyes. She asks, what do you suggest for teachers in training to manage our own personality? She's a student. Is it possible to find a limit to prevent both extremes?
Well, this is a little hard, to be honest. Yes, there must be a limit. Like you can be happy all the time, but like try to keep. How can I say it? Like you have to try to establish the limit in the best way in the classroom. Like not be, let's say, so happy, but don't be angry, don't be so relaxing, because all extremes are bad. Yes. So the suggestions I will make is that try to find the line where, for example, if you see that something is going wrong with the way that you're teaching the class with your personality, yes, establish a limit. That's what I will say.
Okay, okay. There is a comment plus questions from Professor Carlos Arias. So he says, thanks for the presentation. Number 1, including personality as a factor that influences teaching and therefore learning is thought-provoking. Which framework of reference have you found more useful to approach your inquiry? Maybe stemming out of intelligence theories, emotional, interpersonal, intrapersonal, social constructivism or social cognition, or a more experienced reflection approach, social-emotional learning component? The second question got cut off, but I think with the first one you have, you can
yes.
find there.
Okay, give me a second. I'll read it again, so I'll find like.
Yeah, Carlos wants to know what are the theories that you are basing, like the personality factors on.
Okay, yeah. Well, I would say 2 theories. One is like my personal experience, I will say. Well, I've had different teachers of English and French throughout my career, and I've experienced that I've been feeling more comfortable with one without the other. And not exactly because the teacher doesn't know how to teach and all that, but because the way he or she teaches and the way I've been feeling the class with his or her personality. For example, I've had moody teachers, angry teachers, and rude teachers. And even if they know a lot, I haven't felt comfortable in the classroom because of that. And I haven't learned the same way as I've learned with different teachers that I've had that have been happy, charming, where the class is enjoyable. Yeah, I feel that environment is something that we need to keep in mind because even not just in languages, but in general, I will say in every class, the environment, the way you feel the class is important, and it is reflected on the way you learn. And the other methodology, and the other reference that I've had is that the social component, the different approach that you have had with different people. Like I know that sometimes you can have like some certain of confidence or relationship with some people because we are all different. Yeah, and that's something that I've seen that it has like a social construct in the class, not just in the class, like in general. When you talk to someone, when you have friends, that you feel that there's a person that you can get along with in a better way. That happens in the class, but there are teachers that you can get along in a better way than with others. So those were like the reference that I have right now to develop the project, my research project.
Okay. There is another question. You definitely have given us some reflection. So this is from Professor Jasmine Alfonso. She asks, teachers and students' personalities will always differ. How can we find common ground in order to walk together along the language learning process?
That's like the objective not like the objective, but my research project is aiming to do, like to find a common ground. That profile that I'm trying to establish is that common ground that I want to put in practice in order for different teachers to use it or to have like a guidance. See, that will be like the common ground I'm looking for, that profile that I'm trying to establish throughout the whole research project. I can't answer this question because I haven't finished my research project. That question will be answered once I finish it.
Okay. So that question and Sebastián Fernandez question, that is there a prototype of the teacher's personality? So we hope you can join us in Research in Action 20 next semester to share with us the results of your implementation and the final results of your project. Thank you very much, Diego, for being with us in representation of Universidad Libre. And now I give you our Dean, Carlos Granados, who will introduce the next presenter. Thank you so much, Diego. Goodbye, everyone.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye, take care.
Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. I would like to introduce Dr. Liliana Cuesta. She's going to be our next plenary speaker. Dr. Liliana Cuesta Medina is an associate professor at the master's programs in English language teaching at the Faculty of Education at Universidad de La Sabana. She holds a PhD in English Philology from Universidad Nacional de Educación a Distancia, UNED, Madrid, Spain, a BA in English and Spanish from Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, Bogotá, Colombia, and a specialization in applied linguistics to the teaching of English from Universidad La Gran Colombia, also in Bogotá. She's been involved in national and international teacher development programs, mainly in EFL, e-learning, and e-tutoring. Her research areas include CALL, CLIL, teacher education, academic writing, cyberbullying, and learner self-regulation in blended virtual learning environments, on which topics she has published in a number of index journals and conference proceedings. Currently, she is the academic coordinator of the Master in English Language Teaching programs at Universidad de La Sabana, and she serves as an evaluator for the National Accreditation Council in Colombia and various CLT programs in the country. Her plenary, the title of her plenary is Structures and Pathways that Generate Impact in ELT Research. Thank you, Liliana, for being here and joining us, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Carlo, for the great introduction. And I am very pleased to be here. I guess that you guys can hear me well. Yes? Okay, excellent. So first, thank you, ÚNICA, for the great invitation. For me, it's a pleasure to share stories, as I always say when I start my conversations with teachers and students. And well, what a better moment to talk about education and to talk about practices that we all carry out in our contexts, especially in these moments where we are in a very, very difficult situation. But I think that also together with the difficulties that these may arise, there will be the opportunities. So we're going to be focusing today on many, many different things. I really expect that together through education, we little by little start changing what is happening, right? I think that our language, our education, it's empowerment, brings empowerment to people. And I am very honored. Thank you, Maria Lucia. Thank you, Carlo. Especially thank you to Doralba, to Carolina, who are always keeping me into their agendas. So let's get started. As Carlo explained, I will be talking about, one second. I will be talking about these conversations that I am basically telling you to do. Okay, so I guess that you can now see my presentation. Please, Carlo, or anyone, since I am not seeing my own chat, can you please tell me if you guys are seeing my presentation? Somebody who can tell me? You are? Yes? Guys, I cannot hear you, but I can just speak it very quickly. I cannot see if you are seeing my presentation.
We're seeing the screen, but not the presentation.
I guess. Excellent. Carolina, can you see my presentation?
We're seeing the screen, but not the presentation.
Okay, and now?
No,
Not yet?
it's still the StreamYard.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead, and I apologize for the quick delay, but let's do it again. And I guess that I'm going to go ahead and be safe with all screen. Please let me know when you see it. You see it now?
Now it's yes.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And I do apologize for the little glitch. Okay, so we're going to be talking about structures and pathways that generate impact in ELT research. My focus for today, it's going to be multifold. It's going to unveil from having a discussion about mentoring, what mentoring could mean in the present times. We're going to build some research intersections. Then we're going to move on to strategies for mentoring research. We're going to deal with scaffolding routes to empowerment, as I briefly mentioned in my introduction. And we're going to be moving on to some horizons and further opportunities, as I also mentioned in my introduction. So I would like to start with 3 of my main arguments for today. For me, mentoring is a journey that shapes one's own personal and professional identity. It's a pathway that facilitates the creation and usage of new approaches concerning assessment and collaboration. And I do believe that mentoring allows for diversity in the management of power and control issues. So you're seeing on the screen, perhaps some of you, dear students and colleagues, some of you who work on motivational areas, on the development of autonomy, self-regulation, you'll see on the screen a very typical diagram coming from Zimmerman, one of the disciples of our Guru Bandura in the field of self-regulation. And I wanted to bring this diagram because this is the first research intersection that we can start building. Mentoring develops and fosters self-regulatory actions. I'm also bringing Porter here, stating that mentoring is not an option but an obligation. Porter is one of the key authors in mentoring, and I wanted to quote him, especially when he says it's a premier modality in the contemporary educational system. That's why a lot of systems, approaches, structures, organizations are nowadays talking about mentoring. Mentoring leading to coaching, coaching understood as a mentoring type of a structure or a system. So pretty much that's the first connection. Mentoring is also a path to exert support. That's obvious. But this support, and this is one of the first things that I want you to start thinking, it is a path that shall be gradually developed. So mentoring equals scaffolding. We will see across the presentation how those concepts intersect. As I said before, there are many connections and there are many factors that intervene. There are many actions. There are many opportunities that arise from such connections. But one of the ones that I want to really emphasize, and you will see it throughout the course of the presentation, is how little by little students take control of their learning, which brings you to metacognition and self-regulatory actions. I love this resource and this image, and it's cited. And by the way, I will leave the slides with my colleagues here at UNICA for students for further research or for further referencing. I wanted also to bring and to just situate a little bit the matter under scrutiny. The 3 perspectives that I found super, super useful in the understanding of mentoring as a key system, as a key structure, but also as a key strategy. in the classroom and beyond the classroom, which is another issue that I will touch towards the end of my presentation. So Malderis and Bodowski highlight the many roles, right? This is a multi-agentic perspective, but they go beyond traditional systems or conventional systems that have embodied mentoring as such. So the first keyword is that a mentor is an acculturator of mentees to the environment and school community, including its policies and practices. So a mentor shall be very well cognizant of the actions, of the ways in which everything operates in the school system. And when I say school, please don't get the word strictly restricted to the school level, but I'm saying school in general, university, and all of the contexts that it may apply. So this person serves as an acculturator, and it's the, let's say, it's kind of a bridge, metaphorically speaking. The second role that called my attention is that he or she is a supporter or emotional and cognitive processes in the gradual development of the mentee's professional identity. And I wish I could see your faces, whether you are assenting or not. But you know when you have been a mentor, and I want you to transcend the meaning of mentor just in the classroom. You have been mentoring a lot of people throughout your life, right? So when you mentor someone, you really become this emotional and cognitive, support person that enable the other person little by little discover their personal, or when we are talking in academic context, a professional identity. Last but not least, the last role that I want you to start thinking about, it's the sponsor, right? A mentor is a sponsor. A mentor is the one that, typically speaking or metaphorically speaking, the one that pushes you to go to the pool and dive in, right? The sponsor of opportunities, the sponsor of ideas, and the sponsor of the transitioning between being a novice learner to a more experienced one. Let's put it that way. And they say sponsor of mentees for full acceptance by the school community. Generally, you can expect that mentors are more experienced person. And that's why we have to be cautious. And I am talking to the organization now, not only to the students, which is one of the levels that I will touch later today in my presentation as well. So pay attention to that, because we have to really cater for the needs of the students, but we also have to cater for the training and development of our mentors, so they could really embody some of the roles. I mean, we could be discussing many roles, but I thought, and I haven't read them, I read them lately, and I thought that this was very illuminating. So just for a moment, I want you to define mentor in the course of your action or your professional life, personal and professional life. So I'm going to give you just 2 minutes to think about this, okay? And I want you to start doing a reflection exercise, very quick, right? Think of any of your mentors in your academic life, just for a minute. Now, what is the first word that comes to your mind when you think of him or of her? Good. Did your relationship prevail over time? Yes? No? Think about the why or the why not. That's it, right? Very quick connections that we can just move ahead and start building. You will see why and the reason why I made these questions throughout. Good. Let's talk about some strategies, right? Before diving into research as such. So there are different strategies to establish a solid, and I will use a term, a sustainable mentor-mentee relationship over time. 1, commitment. 2, trust. 3, planning, but co-planning. I'll refer to that in a second. Shared roles and responsibilities, established and shared. And number 5, collaboration. Planning goals, as I said, and goal setting and goal establishment has to be at the beginning. As I said, remember that we are moving on to a scaffolded system to a less scaffolded system. At the beginning, more of the input, more of the decisions, more of the guided instruction comes from the mentor. But as the system evolves and as this continuum, let's put it rather than a system, a continuum evolves, the interference of the mentor, just to use a word, has to diminish. So the mentee is little by little empowered to make their own decisions, to apply the establishment and the goals that they have. I told you that one of the things that I wanted to drop you with and leave you with in this talk are many, but at least one of them is efficiency, another is sustainability, and another is systematicity. We are already in the second one. We all know this is a sentence, that this is a phrase that we all know about, right? Activities should be based upon teachers' needs, students' backgrounds, context, necessities. And unfortunately, we know that, right? But unfortunately, we have made a lot of mistakes. And when I say we, it's everybody. I mean, like some of us make more mistakes than others when we are mentoring, but we learn from over the time, and we learn from mistakes, and we know what to do better next time. The authors that you see on the screen, I mean, support all of the notions for making situated practices. But as I want to bring you and leave you with some controversy, I have to tell you that even as today, I think that we need to keep on hammering and working on guidance to novice teachers, right? I think that this is a process that should start early in schooling. So all of these control decisions and control and power decisions are well structured and well managed since early ages. Farrell, who's another key author in mentoring, agrees with us. And it is not only in Colombia, but I am tempted to say that we have mentoring and lack of guidance in many other systems as well, educational systems. So we have one of the biggest challenges, and I think that this is why we are reunited here as a group of educators, as a group of professionals, novice, more expert, you know, the sky's the limit, is our driven will to become competent teachers, but also knowing what is needed to be more competent teachers. So among the mistakes that we have made, these are my own perspectives towards this phenomenon. It's one of them is the traditional positioning of power structures. So I think that some educators have not yet understood that knowledge is power, but this knowledge can be co-constructed, right? And precisely, and even more felt in a contemporary era in which knowledge is open, and there is a myriad of opportunities to build, co-construct, and represent knowledge, as I will also refer in a second. Another mistake that we have made is addressing the role of planning, implementing, and evaluating learning experiences and resources for students. So we have neglected at times, and I know, and I apologize if I'm making an assumption or a misled generalization. I don't want to. I by no means want to generalize this matter, but I've seen lots of cases that made me assert this, and they are also documented in research. You can access my research in the portals that I will refer later on in my presentation. Little attention has been made and given to different ways to assess. And I know that we are changing, and we are now giving more room to self-assessment, to peer assessment, to group assessment. But traditionally, if the more experience, I know that in the audience I have very young faces, but the more experienced researchers or teachers and educators that join me today in the audience may be assenting. Because if I remember the way how I was trained, I hardly remember that I did self-assessment or embodied reflection in my own understandings. I learned this when I started teaching, for example, and when I started my post pregrado studies. Another mistake that I consider we've made in the schooling system is the endorsement of a unidirectional power practice. Therefore, the endorsement of typologies that advocate for monitoring, reflecting, and assessing one's own and our collegial learning and teaching has not been effective, as I briefly mentioned in the former item. Okay, 1 second. Good. I strongly believe that we have also made mistakes in the school system in the way how we have been both trained, we have had exposure to multiple practices in which all of the forms of assessment that I was referring before have played in the classroom, right? Or in the way how they have been like not only intertwined, but endorsed. I think that we have been incapable to provide constructive criticism. And what I've seen in groups, right, not in teams, because a group is different to a team, is that people take it personally, right? So I guess that more work on social-emotional structures and social-emotional learning and in bridging these affective factors and filters, it's something that we have to work on. We don't like that word, but I will present it in another sense: the confinement of feedback practices to the classroom. I think that schooling And this is one of the things that I precisely brought that word, wanted to, or attempting to do a metaphor as well, because we've been in confinement for so long, but also leading you to think that typically feedback is done in the classroom, right? When you are sitting down with your student, and I think that the schooling system, right, has not trained well, or has not opened diverse spaces for this feedback to happen in other contexts, rather that they be restricted to the classroom. So on a personal basis, I think that, and I know that some of my students and my colleagues are around here, and I do invite them to think about it. Some of the best practices that I have personally had, and some of the best ideas that are nurtured with students, don't happen in the classroom. I mean, most of them may happen in the classroom, but I have had fantastic experiences with students having a tutorial that we call them consultation sessions, having some coffee, right? Having some coffee at the coffee place, even by walking from one building to another, you know, taking them apart and making them feel that this is a conversation, right, that is centered among the principles that they, and the goals that they have set and that they have well established, but it's for their own personal and professional benefit. And I think that another mistake that we've made is the neglect, this tendency to the neglect that we don't need help. So I think that neglecting the when, as I said over there, to ask for help is something. I guess that I know that we are changing. Again, I don't want to bring you a negative outlook to things. We are changing, but still, I know that we have colleagues among us, we have structures among us, we have coordinators. School systems do not allow for these practices to happen yet. Some, you know, to a lesser, to a more extent, you know, the sky is the limit, as I said. And lastly, well, the so-called lack of collaboration, right? The outcast syndrome, like in the movie, right? Like, I am here, the IL syndrome, some people say. I call it the outcast syndrome. I am here, I do, you know, I think in my own bubble. I don't care about what you think. What I think it's more important because it's illustrated by my theory. But I think that these preventative measures to collaborate, or even to accept what the other thing leads us to work independently. And I don't think that we should continue perpetrating these practices. So I am going to leave you now with some ideas that call for a more dialogic classroom practice and beyond classroom practices that include students' views together with the multiplicity and the high diversity of resources that we now found. And coming from the confinement, education cannot be the same, right? Mentoring systems, as it is the title of this presentation and the topic of this event, cannot continue being the same. I mean, we have already taken learning out of the classroom. So there is no mean that we're going to go back. I think that we can capitalize on the things that we learn, and we need to keep moving on. I think that I remember one last week I was talking at another event, and it was one question that somebody made and said, we have to go back. And I couldn't reply to this attendee. We cannot go back, right, to the same traditional structures, because I think that I know that we had difficulties. Most of us have difficulties. I think everybody had difficulties dealing with confinement. Those of us who are parents, dealing with many other additional factors. But we cannot back. By no means we go back. We have to capitalize on the things that we learn. And we have to capitalize on giving our students voice. I think that this is one of the things that will help us, that mentoring systems develop over time. This perspective takes you to the 4 items that Bosser states, and I recommend his article, although he's situating not only mentoring, mentoring, but not directly on a science context. His ideas are wonderful, especially the one that it's more applicable to nowadays situation, but also to the way in which education has to be. It has to be participatory, it has to be emancipatory, has to give students voice so they are legitimate participants in societal discussions that do not restrict to the instrumental view of language now that we are language teachers, but that go beyond and situate practices. So what to do? And we were moving towards the middle of the analysis of the matter. So the first one, I'll drop you another good author here, and it's Nolan. Porter and Nolan are some of my favorite personal, but there are many other colleagues who work on mentoring. We need to start helping mentees in coping with feelings of anxiety and frustration about the goals, the ways in which they fulfill the goals and they meet their expectations. So again, the socio-emotional component plays effective. We have a huge responsibility in helping teachers gain autonomy and agency in professional development. Again, the other word that I will develop, they have to develop systematicity to monitor and examine the mentees' pathways, pedagogical actions, and establishing ways to track performance, as I formerly say, with the multiple lenses that can be used to assess a practice. And monitor and feedback. It's not like stating, I am going to grade you at the end of the semester and I forget about you. No, that's not what a good mentor does. Last but not least, and this is one of my favorite, recognize the uniqueness of each individual. One size doesn't fit all. Determine resources and procedures needed to achieve the target goals and increase skill and knowledge levels. And I will show you how in my current practice and the practice that I deal with my colleagues at the university, we have achieved some good practices. So I brought 2 levels today just for time reasons. We could, just expand the continuum and bring you and keep on the discussion with more levels to the spectrum. So the first one is a reform to the curricula. And when I say to the curricula, I'm not talking about the reform to the ministry. I'm talking about your curricula, your syllabus, okay? Because little actions start. If we wait until there is a bigger reform, perhaps we age super fast, right? And we don't want that, right? So the first item, it's the allowance of personalized routes in research. Now we're building into research systems, which may include diverse research project structures, diverse types of research, situated research practices that are engaging, pertinent, and doable. And I'm going to stop a little bit just to digest these 3 items. Diverse research project structures. Nowadays, there are many options that students can use to support that they have developed their skills, right? We have to go in school systems again towards the development of skills, competences, and ways in which this performance that, bringing Chomsky and issues, these students are really capable of doing certain things, right? The actions need to be observable, need to be doable, and we need to demonstrate, and they need to demonstrate, and we need to also demonstrate that they could do it. That is what we need in the classes. We don't need, to keep filling students with lots and lots of data. We need them to do something with the data. And there is where I say that there are many ways in which we have to provide students to multiple sources so they can represent knowledge in varied ways. So there is not only one side, that you're going to write a thesis, and this is, like the keyword, and a lot of people are going to say, oh my God, the thesis is like a dragon that comes and eats me and I hate him, and it's love and hate relationship, blah, blah, blah. But there are other systems. So I think that universities, and now I'm bringing it to the higher education, because that is one of the main contexts that have brought us here together, have to start thinking which other options are available in the market. I don't think that know that called ciencias. Ciencias is important for those of us who know that we have to comply with some standards, but they have also diversified the list of ways in which a trabajo de grado or a research project can be, visualized. Again, my key issue here is that we need to prepare students so they are competent to perform what they need to do in the market. When I say in the market, it's bringing the social role of an educator, the social role of a student who started to be an educator, but it's put at the service of our social structures. Diverse type of research, typically in some programs, and I was part of one in which at the beginning, we only accepted action research, right? But little by little, we started amplifying this scope and sequence, and we endorsed many other different types of research. Okay, we need from above more networking ecosystems. So the term is pretty much explanatory, but we need to network more. We need to establish, and I think that this is the role of coordinators. This should be the role of coordinators. This should be the role of the above units, not only leaving all the responsibility to teachers. They have to sit down and map, right, the structure and say, okay, I see my department, or I see my colleagues working on these different structures. I think that this could, be accompanied by other mentor colleagues and things like that. Mentor transitions, as I was leading to expert and novice working together, director, co-directors of theses, director of teams, co-directors. So all of these systems prove effective. And constant analysis of research areas and topic. What's new? What's trendy? What the society needs? Why is that this is, a higher impact now on remote teaching technologies? This is a trendy topic we should be investigating, because this is something that the life brought us to. Now, at the teacher level, we need to start endorsing and amplifying transformative paradigms, right? Which are calling us to collaborative practice from within and to the outside. Naturally, a lot of investment in monitoring and assessment cycles And as I said, I will not repeat, we need to optimize instruction time in terms of the performance-based indicators, in terms of the target skills that we want to develop, and the outcomes, the goal setting and the outcomes. We need to revisit the role of written and oral feedback, and also design scaffolding schemes to that are able to take students out of the classroom, as I said before. Students participating in conferences, students participating in study groups, in semilleros, in assistantship models. Assistantship models are mentoring models and supporting students' initiatives, you know, in the many senses that they would do. And systematicity, as I said. So this is the last part. And I am going to show you really with examples based on my own practice and the practice that we have developed for the last 10 years or more than 10 years at the university, at the programs. So we made mistakes, remember. We made lots of mistakes. We made lots of efforts. Some of these paid, some others perhaps not. But on the path to systematicity, we started optimizing instruction, content, and feedback time. So at the beginning, most of our lessons were lecture-based formats. We had, you know, we endorse, by the nature of the programs, we endorse reflection, but little by little, the lecture-based started being more flipped learning structures. In the research class, students meet with the structures and discuss and assess advances on the research process. These are conversations. Before the conversation, the student needs to plan very well an agenda, and this is the agenda that passes to the instructor. So generally, the discussion, it's whether half an hour, 45 minutes, 1 hour, it's basically on the research project. Lecture time in the class has been minimized, and many other type of activities are done in the session itself. I was telling you that in preparation for the session, students fill some self-assessment formats, pre and post. We call them pre and post consultation sessions. Not only we have done that, but again, bringing to my argument of knowledge representation, our students have been exposed to many different resources that they can be used, that they could use. And I brought a fantastic example, and one of my students is on the audience, and I'll show you something, but this is a surprise just for a little bit. So different, you know, using, I was not by any means, I was going to bring you the list of resources, but there are so many different means to represent knowledge, that knowledge cannot be only, and the paper and the work that you do in the research class cannot be restricted only to a word paper, right? It could be many things. It could be represented through our many different schemes, which I am going to show in a minute. One of them is a data analysis matrix, and Leonardo will tell you about that. Concept mapping units using, you know, many different resources, Creately, which is one of the ones that my students love this semester, My Manager, My Momo, you know, all of the 3 ones that you see here are to do and to develop concept mapping. My students, and this is from Catalina and Juliana, 2 of my best students last year, they were keen in using schemes to dialogue with theory. So this is, you know, taking one of the slides from their oral defense. They liked to always create schemes when they were managing theory, when they were reading, managing, and selecting what to include in their project. So that was another strategy. Diagrams and theory mapping. Tables, you know, when you are in the coding of your data, lots of tables. Concept mapping, as I said. And I am going to leave the ground to Leonardo Leonardo is an English teacher, has worked throughout his life with different school areas, and he's currently working at Bartolomé La Merced School, and he has worked at Centro Colombo Americano. He loves working on motivation, autonomy, language learning, and currently he's talking about, and his project is about, one of the topics that you will find in the next 2 minutes before the end of the presentation. So I am going to, hopefully the link works, but if not, I have my backup person on. I have Andres, who I sent you the link, Andres, in case this doesn't work. So I am going to move you from here to YouTube. And I think that I guess that we will be working together in looking at what Leonardo brought us for today. The video is super short, and hopefully we can just have it in the way how this could be integrated. Okay, so I want to show you the video, and Carolina, if you can tell me, or whoever who's hosting the session, if you can please tell me if you are listening to the video, and then we can just, great, Andres, thank you very much. So we're gonna go now. Excellent. And sound is okay, right? Okay, so Andres, I think that we can go with a backup plan because StreamYard is not helping us. Okay, great. I'll let you go, and then we finish. I'll take over. Thank you, Andres. And thank you, everybody. You can just get a sip of water or a sip of coffee while we solve this glitch. It's not us. It was StreamYard that couldn't let us integrate. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Leonardo Andres Moya Gil. I'm an English teacher at San Bartolomé La Merced School. My project is about what does self-evaluation reveal about sixth grader English language learning in a flipped learning and teaching remote context. The strategy that I used to code my data was collecting the information in an Excel document. Here with different steps, here we have the research question objectives, specific objectives, and the code that I use for every single of the participants in this project. Also here I have, I used some quantitative and qualitative data. For that reason, I have a very diverse type of instruments. I start collecting the information from some questionnaires. Also here, there is some information regarding ideas that the students or participants express to me, and I use some learning logs to collect those ideas. At the end, I use a rubric to collect some information. And finally, I use some short interviews in a focus groups to collect their final ideas. I use a color code strategy to start identifying some similarities and that helped me a lot to identify categories. As you can see, there is tons of information, so it's a good tool and idea to start organizing the information. And after that, I use these codes and I turn these codes into categories. And I use the graphics provided in the Excel files. This is a solar system graphic in which I use, or the one that I use to visualize the way I perceive the core category and how it is, or the categories are related in this project. I hope this information is useful and can exemplify a little bit what I did. Thank you so much.
Okay. So a big applause to Leonardo, and I know you are hearing me in the audience. You're following our live transmission in Facebook. You will be able to interact with Leonardo later on through Facebook, and he has made an amazing job. But I could not only refer to Leonardo, I could refer to some of my other students who made brilliant things. And as I told you, I could, not only lecture about this, but I wanted to bring you with a real example of what it means to integrate many different resources, call it, digital resources, ways to represent knowledge. I show you a couple of examples concerning tables, concerning things, but concerning matrices. But Leonardo has well exemplified the tools and the ways how he has represented knowledge. I am closing now with some other ideas that I am going to leave you with. I am going to work with the last part of the presentation, which is like all the things that we have done, not for now because we don't have time. Templates, models are very useful for your students. They need mentor texts, right? And two of our good colleagues here in Colombia have worked about that. Wilder Escobar has worked very well on that particular topic. We have also, commented lots of things. This is just for our research teachers. Many ways to endorse assessment, as I said, and many ways to move forward. So my conclusions: the role of feedback is pivotal in the learning environment, and it needs to be effectively timed and produced. In dealing with anxiety, isolation behaviors, scaffold students, basically. I know that this curricular reform investment will pay it at the beginning. It's going to be hard. Yes, we all lived it, but it will pay off later in terms of time efficiency, leading to more personalized, equitable, flexible, and engaged classroom environments. I know that this will also support a need, not support, but need changes in the structures that we have traditionally in the classroom, in which social presence, motivation has typically been addressed, but little by little, it will pay off. We are moving on to another key aspect, which is the reduction of dropout rates. And I think with more equitable systems and structures, students are going to really be sustained and really be in our school systems. So go for co-construction schemes, go for agency and empowerment, and try to get satisfied learners. And I leave you with a very key recommendation of John Keller's theory, the ARCS model: attention, relevance, confidence, and satisfaction. A strategic approach to mentoring and conducting research will have more satisfied students who are more able to, or better able to, make decisions. Naturally, focus your research on authentic context, our contexts. Look, we could just start, writing books about what is happening right now, and building connections between academia and society are the ones that we really need to cater for. Capitalize on the gains, achieve over time the difficulties, the deficiencies, the paths, and the opportunities, and go for more networking, right? Go local. Yes, your structure, your institution, but you have to open and get other voices included. Well, now we prove that we are just a click away. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure. And I guess that we have just a few minutes. Thank you again to the board of organizers. It's always a pleasure. And well, the discussion is just starting, and stay safe and motivated.
Thank you, Liliana. It was a very, very enriching and inspiring presentation. While the questions come up, I want to comment on something very important that you mentioned, and that probably we disregard, and those power dynamics in which we get caught. Sometimes, I have been very fortunate and unfortunate with advisors and mentors. Usually the unfortunate ones were the ones who sort of tried to show off that they knew, and I didn't know. And therefore they explain in very cryptic ways what I have to do in my project. So I think that the fact that we disengage from those power dynamics is very important, and that we recognize that we are mentoring those students, and probably, as you mentioned many times in your presentation, we have to scaffold what is needed. When you asked about our mentors and who was like the best one, or the characteristics that I remember from a very well-known doctor, Harold Castañeda, the fact that he is very, very knowledgeable. I mean, he knows a lot, but he's able to explain everything in very simple ways and to guide you in the right direction. Like, he could just tell you, read this book. And when you read the book, then you understand everything. So I think that's the mentor that you need, right? The one that is humble, who knows, of course, but that is willing to deconstruct all that knowledge for you. So thank you very much.
No. Thank you to you, and great that you're bringing this reflection over to the public.
Okay, we have one question from our professors, Jasmine Alfonso. She says, having seen part of Leonardo's research process is definitely useful and interesting. I wonder how he felt during the process. How did he deal with the obstacles and difficulties?
Okay, that's a great question, and I think that I will start, but I'm sure that Leonardo will go over on Facebook Live, and he is here, as he says, yes, Dr. Cuesta, I'm here. It was a pleasure. Leonardo is a very, very smart student, well, this research process happened during confinement. He's now closing his 4th semester. He's about to graduate. We're gonna go for cake soon. And well, this is a roller coaster, and it has been, I guess, that for everybody who was conducting research over the pandemic, and even this kind of still pandemic, but post-year pandemic, I would say. He managed well because he is a very systematic person. As you saw, I use in my research for class a system with data analysis matrices. And he has this systematicity that I talked over my presentation, or during my presentation. And he was super organized, but, and he will laugh. I wish I would be seeing his face, but he thought all of the times. So as everybody, when we are mentoring students, we want to change the world, right? And we know that we have to do small scale projects, Jasmine, but at times we get, you know, so creative, and then we have to little by little narrow down as mentors. And he overthought many, many times. And I was like, Leonardo, come back. And even we are making adjustments to that. How he dealt with obstacles? By being strategic. He made strategic decisions with his project. How he dealt with his stress, I think that this is a question for him, and I don't want to to see. But from my mentor structure with him and with my mentoring scheme, I think that he was very resourceful, and he follows instructions super well. So for my audience students, when you conduct research, you have to follow instructions. And if you didn't get the instructions, please ask to your mentor. And if the mentor doesn't understand what the mentee is doing, I guess that this is the dialogic co-construction that you have to build.
Absolutely. She said, Jasmine continues questioning, can you expand a bit on revisiting the role of written and oral feedback?
Great. I can give you a good example, Jasmine and everybody. At the beginning, and coming from our practice, at the beginning, we spent, and my other colleague, who unfortunately is not here for personal reasons, Carl Anderson, we have always worked together in the revamping of contents and processes in the research component. At the beginning, we spent bazillion amount of time giving feedback, written feedback to students. And then with a couple of studies we made and a couple of surveys, we got to the point in determining that the students were not reading the 200 comments that we made over the research report, naturally. So they would do this, and they would be super selective, no? Skimming and scanning structures. But then we started thinking, this is not happening. We are not going to expand on that. We're not going to waste time on that. Although we thought that it was investment, I don't think that it was vice versa. So we started using other schemes, commenting through audio, podcasts, short structures, or having key points in the pre-consultation and post-consultation agendas. Students depositing more responsibility on the students. So we receive an agenda before we met, so we know. And also for all of us who are like in multitasking issues, for me it was great that they said, okay, Dr. Liliana, we are meeting for this. And then it would be easy for me to see, okay, we are talking about this, so I will just get ready these type of things. And in revisiting the role of written and oral feedback, especially the written feedback, Jasmine, because our research, it's basically the main products were typically a thesis report. Now we have diversified to others. We have endorsed different types of co-construction with students, and even we ask them, okay, record your presentation, and we can just view it together. I mean, it just a more flipped structure and more dynamic that serves as time.
That's right. Okay, Maria Lucia comments here. Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're most welcome, Maria Lucia.
Commenting on that, probably Carolina can tell you that as well. Usually when we have those written comments in the papers, we panic, right? Because there are so many. So yeah. I know she has opted for recording the messages and focusing on key points. So I think that's very good advice. So thank you, Liliana, for being here, for joining us, for your enriching presentation. I know this will be the continuation of a long-lasting relationship with ÚNICA. So thank you very much. And we will continue with our next presenter.
Thank you very much to you, and bye-bye, everybody.
Okay, right now I'm very honored to introduce the amazing project called Intergenerational Dialogues Recovering Cultural Practices of El Portachuelo Community by Ángela Hurtado from Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. Ángela Hurtado holds a bachelor's degree in modern languages and master in language teaching from the Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnológica de Colombia. She has worked as an English teacher at the UPTC with the International Language Institute and the program Año Cero, an initiative that promotes access and permanence to higher education to a rural population that did not have university education offers. Currently, she is a full-time English and Spanish teacher at the Universidad Nacional Abierta y a Distancia with the program CINEP. Her researcher interest includes educational in the rural area and peasants' cultural practices.
To all the attendees and to the members of this great event. Thank you for having me here. Today, I am going to present my research study entitled Intergenerational Dialogues Recovering Cultural Practices of El Portachuelo Community and Strengthening 8th Graders' English Writing Skills through Project-Based Learning and Place-Based Education. My name is Ángela Hurtado. Right now, I am going to invite you all to listen to one of las sabedoras from El Portachuelo Community.
Eso ahora cambia mucho a cuando nos criamos nosotros ahorita como es, ha cambiado. Cambia uno cuando a esto sí le tocaba uno duro y mis papás sí que más duro les tocó, más terrible.
Sí, la vida
anteriormente, ahora todo es más suave.
Sí, señora.
Más fácil. Mi mamá, ella vivió quebrada arriba, parte alta. Y mi papá sí vivió ahí en la vereda. Ya entonces dejaron los lotecitos, un pedacito pequeñito mi papá y otros 3 lotes los compró, quedó el cuadrito ahí. Y vieron unos ranchitos, ahí hicieron una casita en los ranchitos. Y habían hecho por arriba de mi casa hay un jardín que hay ahorita, habían hecho una casa de paja grande, de barro y paja, y ahí vivían. Ahí nacieron mis hermanos y nos criamos.
As a peasant's daughter, it was my wish to vindicate the stories and knowledge of peasants such as Señora Carmelita, which due to globalization have been overshadowed, causing the awakening of the cultural legacy of small communities like El Portachuelo. But well, how is this connected to education? Well, rural schools that once served to strengthen the knowledge of peasants' communities changed to reproduce academic programs at the service of the market competition. As a result of this, there are now curriculums with the contextualized contents and practices, and such disconnection has triggered low performance of students in subjects like English, which for the case of this project, evidence that students found difficult to write in this foreign language. Comparing rural students' perform with urban students has made that peasant children and youth suffer social stigma. Considering the aforementioned, the intention of this project was to form students as researchers of their own territory, and thus reconnect to their place, value their ancestral knowledge, and guide them to become active participants of their own learning, and build an identity grounded on pride rather than shame. In order to carry out this project, I designed the following research questions. The general one: what does project-based learning informed by principles of place-based education reveal about El Portachuelo School 8th graders' knowledge, their local cultural practices, and their English writing development? The specific ones. First one: how can English teaching be resignified as a contextualized practice that may contribute to knowledge exchange and the preservation of peasants' cultural practices and saberes? The second one: what do intergenerational dialogues between 8th graders and El Portachuelo peasants reveal about the students and their community identity construction? And these are the research objectives that guided this project, the general one and the specific ones. Alright, so about the literature review, it is important to mention that considering the uprooting and lack of knowledge of the place where learning occurs, some scholars that are here presented, and researchers have conducted studies as a way to raise awareness about the importance of the territory. Identity, place-based education, project-based learning, writing, rural education. Cultural heritage, peasants and rural life, saberes and peasant cultural practices are part of the theoretical postures that permit the transformation in EFL classrooms to teach not only English, but to raise awareness about the importance of the territory and the cultural practices. Alright, so in terms of the methodology, this is a qualitative study with a critical research approach, and it is also participatory action research. In terms of the context, this project was carried out at Institución Educativa Técnica El Portachuelo, a public school located in one of the veredas from Santa Rosa de Viterbo, Boyacá. We had 17 students, 17 participants, 7 girls and 10 boys. And the instruments that we used in order to collect data were semi-structured interviews, field diaries, students' artifacts, and focus groups. In order to talk about the pedagogical intervention, it is important to mention that we developed 19 sessions, and it was a process that started in February and finished in November 2018. And then we divided the sessions into 4 cycles, and every cycle had a name, as you all can see in this slide. As a result of the data analysis, here there are the categories and subcategories that emerge, which correspond to the design research questions. So, the first category, preparation of the wool, new artisan handcrafting their own story, and the subcategories, reconnecting threads with their territory, spinning hilado, and twisting torcido, respond to the idea of resignifying English teaching, as well as to the intention to contribute to knowledge exchange and the preservation of peasants' cultural practices and saberes. The second category, wool is ready to be woven, and the subcategories, colored threads that weave identities and saberes, creation of skins, madejas, dyeing teñido, and weaving process tejido, account for intergenerational dialogues and what they reveal about students and their community identity construction. Now that I am going to start explaining the first category, it is important that you all know that I decided to make an analogy of the data analysis with the creation of a ruana, since the ruana is a symbol of my roots and my growth as an EFL teacher researcher. It is a symbol of resistance and dignity, as we all notice right now with the strike. I decided to compare this process of making a ruana with the process of relationships, identities, and developing of a strong sense of community and place. Now that I have said this, it is important to continue saying that schools' curricula in the rural area ignore these population needs, cultural values, and ancestral knowledge. Data rooting is one of the causes that triggers the loss of peasants' cultural practices and saberes. Alright, so let's start this beautiful weaving process. We're going to start with the hilado. So, when we started the project, my students were those woods, copitos de lana, who needed to be transformed into strands, hilos, and whose connection with the territory and their cultural practices, in this case the uso, needed to be stronger. El tortero, the piece that goes at the end of the uso, which makes it heavier, thus powering the spinning of the uso, was the representation of the curriculum. So the uso was for me the representation of a magnet. So I wanted the curriculum to be a magnet to connect the student with the territory. The hands represented the classroom, which through the materials, the stories shared by the students and the teacher, contributed to approach the actors of their territory. In the first conversation that I had with my students, I noticed the disconnection between them and the reality of their territory. They felt ashamed of their identity, they were not fully aware of the awakening of the practices and saberes of their cultural area. They were just residents of their place, as mentioned by Grunewald 2003. A resident is a temporary occupant putting down few roads and investing little, knowing little, and perhaps caring little of their immediate place. But as I brought the first cultural reference to the classroom, the song Canto a mi vereda by the boyacense songwriter Jorge Velosa, students similar to the hilado process started to bond with their territory. In this workshop, students had the lyrics of the song and they have to fill in blank spaces with the corresponding word in English, having as a hint pictures placed on the board. I'm going to answer some of their answers. Aprendí a ver lo bonita que es mi vereda, como dice Jorge Velosa, como un pesebre. They also mention, aprendí la importancia que tienen los campesinos y sobre todo lo que ellos hacen de los trabajos del campo. So here we notice that the students strengthen their bonds with their place of origin, and these youth positively affirm their class identity by valuing the labor of campesinos and campesinas, by acknowledging the beauty of the rural scenario. They reify their emergent peasant identity grounded on discourses of pride rather than on discourses of change. And here we also can evidence the sense of solidarity, which is the grounds for social cohesion and belonging. Then, continuing with the process of approaching students toward the territory, they developed a social mapping. In this workshop, students underwent a mental trip around the rural area. They listened to some sounds similar to the ones heard on the countryside. They imagined they were walking from home to school. They had to name everything they saw along their daily trip: crops, nature, people, animals, and religious monuments, among others. Thanks to this workshop, students raised awareness about the importance of taking care of their place. And students mentioned que es diferente cuando dibujamos nuestro territorio, donde quedan los cultivos, las fuentes de agua, que debemos cuidar nuestro entorno porque nuestro hogar y es el hogar de las prácticas culturales. Yo aprendí a conocer un poquito más de este territorio cuando lo dibujamos. Yo nunca había hecho esto donde vivía antes y es muy bonito. Uno entiende que donde viven los compañeros y hay agua que se cultiva y en dónde están esos cultivos. Here, students became more conscious about the importance of preserving the environment. They recognized the characteristics of the territory, and students found themselves in an intimate, organic, and mutually nurturing relationship with the rural world, as stated by Orr 1992. They started to know their territory and started to develop a sense of responsibility to preserve a place that they could call home. So, different from the first slide about the data analysis, they moved from being residents to inhabitants. According to Grunewald 2003, wherever one lives, reinhabitation will depend on identifying, affirming, conserving, and creating those forms of cultural knowledge that nurture and protect people and ecosystems. After the students' bonds with their territory got stronger, and once they understood the importance of taking care of their environment, students' willingness to know about how to contribute to that cause increased. So continuing with the analogy, once the wool has been spun around the uso, it is obtained a strand. Now, in this torcido, this strand is twisted with another one that was produced in another uso. The first strand represents the students, and the other strand was represented in the examples and workshops in which students understood how countries like Mexico and Peru were preserving their culture. So we took as a reference the movie Coco and the first character or important character, Miguel, a kid that was like 8th graders, a researcher of his own culture. He was looking for answers to the billion that the music cultural legacy was suffering in his family. In the second workshop, students read about the importance of waiving for the Quechua indigenous communities. So students had the opportunity to learn about these intercultural dialogues. I'm going to read some of the comments that students mentioned after developing the workshops. Yo aprendí con Miguel que nuestra cultura que no debe desaparecer. Él también muestra lo mucho que debemos querer a nuestros abuelos y por qué son importantes, porque tienen muchas historias y cuentos y tradiciones. Miguel nos habló cómo hacer para que nuestra cultura no se pierda. Nos dejó el camino como con las florecitas de la película. El niño de la película fue el ejemplo que las culturas no se deben perder, tampoco las de nosotros, y que hay que inventarse formas de cuidarlas para que no se acaben, porque si no los antepasados muertos se entristecen. Here we evidence how students were in dialogue with other cultures and how the local learning served as a model for understanding global challenges, opportunities, and connections. Here, students also demonstrated their concern about how that loss of cultural wealth would feel like failing the legacy of their ancestors, affect the identity of future generations, and the destiny of agricultural professions. And students went from attributing the loss of cultural practices to external factors to recognizing the responsibility in the preservation of their traditions by becoming researchers of their own culture. So, after the students assumed their responsibility in the preservation of the cultural practices and their territory, and had an scaffolding process with a problem-based example with the two previous workshops, students assumed their role as researchers. Following the analogy, in the classroom, students organize their ideas as the wool is organized in skeins. They learn how to identify a problem, design a research question, an objective, gather data, categorize it, and analyze it. Here I am going to read some of the students' comments after developing this workshop related to how to create a research question, an objective, well, etc. Aprendí de la definición y pasos para hacer el proyecto, también cuál era el problema, cómo escribir las preguntas, también que tenemos un rol, o sea, unas responsabilidades como investigadores, porque la profe ya no nos llama estudiantes, sino investigadores. Yo siento que me llamen investigador como alguien luchador, grande, me siento importante. So, in students' reflections, we evidence that the power of the word researchers was a trigger to restore their personal values and capabilities. Staff mentions that learning is grounded in observing, asking relevant questions, making predictions, and collecting data to understand the economic, ecological, and socio-political world, which was that happened with this workshop and with the whole project. Project-based learning allows the students to be involved in the search for the explanation of non-superficial problems, like it was evident in this project, by designing and correcting questions, discussing conceptions, visualizing possible outcomes, gathering and evaluating data, drawing conclusions, sharing results, formulating new interrogations, and designing artifacts. Alright, so it is the moment to talk about the second category. The wool is ready to be woven. Students as emerging researchers were ready to establish intergenerational dialogues with the elders from El Portachuelo. They prepared their skins, it means the questions, and they were expectant to know what was going to happen with them after the dialogues. So here we can see some of the pictures of the students talking to sabedores and sabedoras, parents and grandparents. And same here, I guess that it was one of the most rewarding moments about this project. Alright, continuing with the waving process, we are now in the teñido. So this is the moment when students go to talk to sabedores and sabedoras, and they have the intergenerational dialogues. This is a very important part because in here students evidence how fixed imaginaries that students had about the sabedores and vice versa were dismantled. Also here we're going to see that some labels from literature were challenged. It is very important to mention that in this part of the project, the students were so excited to talk to their parents and grandparents and to listen to the stories that they will have to tell. I'm going to read some of the comments that they mentioned after the exercise. Como al fin estuvimos entrevistando a nuestros papás, Pues yo me sentí bien porque yo con mi papá casi no me hablo. En la entrevista él contó cosas que uno ni sabía, de cómo se sembraba, de cómo era que jugaban y que en los tiempos de él le tocó muy duro y que ellos hacían caso, no como ahora. Fue bueno escuchar a mi papá y que ahora tengamos esta información. Now I'm going to read one of the comments from one of our sabedoras from el portachuelo. Uno al recordar le da pesar, pesar porque ya no se ve nada de eso, porque ya uno no vuelve a ser joven, a tiempos que no volverán. Pero ver que ya los chinos se interesan por lo de uno, que se ríen con uno, pues bueno, da alegría. Ojalá que escuchen a sus papás y bueno, uno ya está viejo para muchas cosas. Ahora le toca es a ellos que nos enseñen. Here we evidence the knowledge of life experiences mediated by two different historical moments and material conditions, housing, economic condition, study opportunities. Also, we see that the dialogues contributed also to understand the behavior of parents and grandparents and to strengthen familiar bonds. It is evidence here also something that is mentioned by staff 2017, that the community serves as a learning ecosystem for schools where local and regional experts, experiences and places are part of the expanded definition of a classroom. Regarding to the topic about identities, Restrepo 2006 mentioned that there is not a single identity in an individual or a community, but multiple identities embodied in an individual and must be understood in these articulations, contradictions, tensions, and antagonisms. So here we can dismantle some of the fixed imaginaries that we had about youth and about the elders. Alright, so we arrived to the final part of the weaving process, which is the tejido en el telar. So as the students tied their skins, they took them to the classroom, representing them with all the information gotten from los sabedores. Students intertwined the ancestral saber and the formal knowledge, in this case English as a foreign language, within the EFL classroom. Students claim for a more pertinent education considering the sociocultural aspects of their vereda. So after analyzing and discussing all the information that they collected from the intergenerational dialogues, students mentioned que seamos unidos como comunidad, que sigamos haciendo nuestras tradiciones, que los profesores en sus clases puedan incluir, explicar las tradiciones que hacían las personas antes y que lo incluyan en las clases de inglés, que las clases no solo sean en el salón, que nos saquen más al campo. Yo aprendí vocabulario de mi vereda, que es más fácil aprender inglés con lo que tengo a mi alrededor. A mí me gustó mucho, por ejemplo, lo de la canción, porque es que nos dice quiénes somos y qué más tenemos alrededor, como que las plantas, los animalitos, los vecinos de uno. So here, what students are asking is horizontal dialogues, that English or any other subject can be as important as it is their ancestral knowledge. Jurado Albarán Antobasura Acuña 2012 mentioned that in order to contribute to the construction of a rural youth identity, the development of alternatives are required that vindicate the histories, values, and traditions of rural life, creating bridges between traditional and modern productive rationality. So, students here demand, as mentioned by staff 2017, the curriculum or a curriculum that matches with the rural world. And here it is important to mention what Núñez 2004 says in regards to the pedagogy of a peasant knowledge. So we notice as well that once students could approach the knowledge of the rural world from a non-deviant or negative perspective, they felt encouraged and confident to explore and write about it in English. Definitely the materials that were used and the materials that were designed offer students the opportunity to learn English by reading the world, as mentioned by Freire in 1970. So finally here, I wanted to make a representation of the whole process. And the ruana that you see behind, it is a ruana that was created by one of my students. as a representation of the final product of our project. Here are the findings and the results of this study. Because of the time, I'm going to read only 3 of them, but you guys are invited to read them all. So the first one, the project-based learning informed by principles of place-based education, revealed that by addressing the rural culture of 8th graders in their EFL classroom, students strengthened their bonds, pride, and sense of belonging towards their territory. Students comprehended that caring about their environment had a close relation with a God coexisting with other persons, and that there was a need and responsibility to preserve the territory for coming generations, as mentioned by Grunewald 2003. And finally, students recognize in los sabedores and sabedoras the wisdom and the guidance to continue the legacy and the work in their community. And these are some of the references used in this study. Finally, I have to say that this is an homenaje a los campesinos y campesinos de la vereda del Portachuelo. Gracias a ellos por compartirnos su sabiduría y gracias por su arduo trabajo.
Angela, thank you so much for joining us today. We have really nice comments in the chat, and the first one, it's from Jasmine Alfonso, a teacher, and she says, "Thank you, Angela, for reminding us teachers that we are responsible for weaving students' learning path and help them reconnect to their land and their people." Here, there is another comment, which says, it is from Julia Africano, and she says, "Promoting cultural awareness through our lessons, classroom, courses, and educational spaces. Awesome project. Thanks, dear Angela." Other people says, "Qué lindo proyecto." Another comment here from the teacher Carlo Granados. He says, "Students were behaving as ethnographers to recover their cultural practices."
Right.
Here
Thank you so
is
much.
another one. How interesting. And there are so many other interesting comments about this project. And well, we have one question from our DN, Carlo Granados, which says, what is the state of this project now? Have you been able to follow it up?
Well, thank you so much, everyone, and thank you especially to Professor Carlo Granado, because I have to say that he was the first person who believed in this project, and he helped me through the development of this project as well. So answering the question, in terms of the project itself, I didn't continue with this, but I have to say that I continue the connection with the community. So I still talk to my students, we talk all the time, and I am always paying attention to what is going on in the vereda, because I feel that that is a place where I belong to. So yes, and I wanted to show you the final process. This is an actual run that my students made as a representation of the final result of the project. So yes, I always get super emotional when I talk about this project because it is like my first baby, and also because I really connected, not just in terms of the academic part, but in terms of, you know, getting in touch with the community. So this is a very important project for me.
Thank you, Angela. So we have another comment from the teacher Nidia Cortez. Says, "Angela ran as a final project. That's a huge statement about the need to place us all under the heat or meaningfulness."
Yeah, it totally is. And I have to say, and I have to mention again, I am a peasant's daughter, and it has a really big meaning for me. And I guess that it is a special meaning right now
because of the situation that we're living in our country, right? The ruana right now is a symbol of dignity, is a symbol of strongness. So yeah, it is always gonna be a good result, not just for my students, because they learn English, of course, but they also learn to take care of their place, to take care of their environment, and to be critical thinkers.
Angela, thank you again for joining us today, for sharing this enriching project. And well, thank you so much again. And everybody, now we are going to have our recess and hope to see you back at 10:30.
Hello everyone and welcome back to this 19th version of Research in Action of ÚNICA. Without further ado, let's continue with our next presenter. We're delighted to have Franci Garcia Torres. Franci is a fine art teacher, graduate of the National University of Colombia, with a master's degree in Historia y Teoría del Arte y la Arquitectura from the same institution. With experience in education for more than 25 years, and currently working in San Bartolomé La Merced School, with a specialization in pedagogy, currently in the Universidad Pedagógica de Colombia, and close to obtaining a degree in bilingual education of ÚNICA, convinced of the fundamental role of artistic education in human life as experiences that provide a different way to relate with the world and others, a path to know yourself and be surprised by others' creativity. So, welcome.
Hello, good morning, everybody. I'm nice to be here, and I'm glad to share with you my research, my investigation. So, okay, so maybe I need to start right now. So let me share. Perfect. Okay, so, well, my research for my specialization in bilingual education is titled The Effect of Creative Problem Solving and Strategies on Artistic Creativity of 9th grade fine art students in Colegio San Bartolomé La Merced. And the main concept of this research is creativity. And you can find different authors and texts that talk about this concept. But in this case, creativity is based on pre-knowledge, life, and learning experiences. And it is important to develop creativity in the school, taking advantage of art element, artist, and creative process. And to start, it's important to make a differentiation. We have on one hand, teaching creatively, also named effective pedagogy or creative teaching. That is the creative use of resources to motivate students' learning. And on the other hand, we have teaching for creativity, that use art elements to develop learners' creative thinking and behavior. Both look for creativity development and innovative ways to promote students' learning, but focus in different elements and use different tools. So the problem scenario was the Colegio San Bartolomé La Merced, where we use Ignatian pedagogical paradigm, and where art education teachers are focused on helping to develop artistic skills and attitudes. But there is a lot to do in teaching for creativity, including new strategies as an opportunity to improve students' creativity. And it's also important to analyze how artistic education can develop artistic creativity in all students. So to face this problem, I propose some strategies, including creative problem-solving stages and strategies. The primary question of my research was how can the strategies of creative problem-solving, choice-based art education, and cooperative learning can improve 9th grade students' creativity. And the two secondary questions were, how is it possible to identify the effect of different teaching for creativity strategies on 9th grade students' attitudes and perceptions about creativity? How is it possible to assess creativity while students develop the skills and artistic behaviors in a proposed intervention? So my primary objective for this research was to identify how different methodologies such as creative problem solving, choice-based art education, and cooperative learning apply.
Excuse me, Professor. I'm so sorry to interrupt. We are listening to you very cut off. I don't know if it's the connection, but the interference is pretty strong. So I don't know if you want to, if we
Oh
want
my
the video, or because the connection feels very cut off. It's hard to follow your speech.
Okay, I understand. Well,
Oh,
I
well, I
don't
hear
know
you
really
better.
what is happening. It's
I hear you much better right now.
So
Probably is the, yeah, I hear you much better. So probably was the sharing of the screen. Maybe we can try again.
okay.
Okay.
From this point, I think. Okay.
Yeah, we
So
can
thank you.
try
Thank you
again.
for
I'll get out
telling me.
and we can try again. Okay.
Okay, since the beginning? No, I think.
No, from this point in the
Or
presentation
from
is
this.
fine.
Okay,
Yes.
from this point. Okay, perfect. Well, thank you. Thank you for telling me. So, well, the primary objective of my research was to identify how different methodologies, such as creative problem solving, choice-based art education, and cooperative learning, applied in a pedagogical intervention, can develop students' creativity and artistic creativity. And the two secondary objectives were to identify the effect of teaching for creativity strategies and to recognize how to assess creativity. During the theoretical framework writing, I was reading different authors, as you can see in the list at your right, who write about, for example, art education models, visual culture, integrated arts education as preparation for the world of work. And I could identify that at my school, we use some elements of creative problem solving, creative self-expression, and also discipline-based art education. And about creativity, I could find different texts that talk about creative activity, creative people, types of creativity, creative thinking, artistic creativity, and trying to understand deeper how the differences between creative teaching for creativity, and also very important conditions for creative learning. Here you can see the 5 more important fields where I was looking for those research that support my own. The teaching for creativity that takes advantage of art perspectives, tools, and behaviors to promote creativity and increase attitude in students. Can you hear me well?
It's pretty strange because when I come in the studio, like when I come in here, we hear you better, but definitely it's really cut off. I think we're gonna go with the video and then we come back to you for the questions and answers. Okay.
Don't worry. That's
Sorry,
fine.
thank you for that. Thank you. So we'll come back to you for the questions and answers. So,
okay, so let me.
we are having some technical difficulties projecting the video too.
Yes, I'm watching the chat.
Yeah, we're trying something else. We're trying something else. So thank you so much, Professor. Sorry about this.
Oh, no, don't worry.
Something that happens always with technology. We have to be ready.
Yeah, that's true.
There we go. I think we're ready to go.
name is Franci Patricia Garcia Torres, and I made a research named The Effect of Creative Problem Solving and Other Strategies on Artistic Creativity of 9th grade Fine Art Students in the Colegio San Bartolomé La Merced. The main concept of the research is creativity, and you can find different texts and authors that talk about this concept from different perspectives. But in this case, creativity is based on pre-knowledge, life, and learning experiences. And it's important to develop creativity in the school, taking advantages of art elements, artists, and creative process. To start, it's important to make a differentiation. On one hand, we have teaching creatively, also named effective pedagogy or creative teaching. That is the creative use of resources to motivate the students' learning. And on the other hand, we have teaching for creativity. That is the use of art elements to develop learners' creative thinking and behavior. Both look for creativity development and innovative ways to promote the students' learning, but focus on different elements and use different tools. The problem scenario is, or was, the Colegio San Bartolomé La Merced, where we use the Ignatian pedagogical paradigm, and art education teachers are focused on helping to develop artistic skills and attitudes. But there is a lot to do in teaching for creativity, including new strategies as an opportunity to improve students' creativity. And also it's important to analyze how artistic education can develop artistic creativity in all students. To face this problem, I propose the use of different strategies, including creative problem-solving strategies and stages. The primary question was how can strategies of creative problem-solving, choice-based art education, and cooperative learning can improve 9th grade students' creativity? And the two secondary questions were, how is it possible to identify the effect of different teaching for creativity strategies on 9th grade students' attitudes and perceptions about creativity? Also, how is it possible to assess creativity while students develop skills and artistic behaviors during an intervention? So the primary objective of this research is to identify how different methodologies, such as creative problem-solving, choice-based art education, and cooperative learning applied in a pedagogical intervention, can develop students' creativity and artistic creativity. And the two secondary objectives were to identify the effect of teaching for creativity strategies and to recognize how to assess creativity. So during the theoretical framework writing, I focus on two main concepts: arts education models, and I found different authors that describe what is visual culture, integrated arts, arts education as preparation for the world of work. And I could identify that at my school we have some elements of creative problem solving, creative self-expression, and discipline-based art education. About the creativity, you find at your right a list of different authors that describe things like creative activity, creative people, type of creativity, creative thinking, artistic creativity, and led me to understand the differences between creative teaching, teaching for creativity, and to understand better, deeper, the conditions for creative learning. During the review of literature, I found different researches that led me to understand deeper these 5 main elements. Teaching for creativity, that takes advantage of art perspectives, tools, and behaviors to promote creativity and increase attitude in students. Artistic creativity, that includes knowledge of art concepts and traditions in a culture, but also involves a mindset connected with creative process and a state of flow. Understanding flow with that attitude where you so focus that you forget everything around when you're creating an object, an artistic object, when you are in artistic activity. Assessing creativity that is necessary as part of a process to determine if the path selected is appropriate to accomplish the goal. Very related with learning assessment. Varian, for example, made a research describing choice-based art education, highlighting the choice in the classroom to build the students' artistic vocabulary and knowledge of new techniques, while they improve self-confidence, creativity, and critical thinking. But the research that inspired me to do my own investigation was the Kolinskis. She described that the creative problem-solving in art is useful to guide students in creating artwork connected with experience and personal meaning. So this research was developed in Colegio San Bartolomé La Merced with 17 ninth graders students. It was an action research during 7 remote sessions of 60 minutes during September and October of 2020. I used one questionnaire to focus group, the students' journals, named in this case reflective log because of Cambridge perspective, the students' artworks, and teacher journal. I used the Genach model to describe my observations and plan each session, and that was very, very useful. And with all that data, I categorized the information in coding, information, and content analysis. So the pedagogical intervention has different elements that are interconnected. In the center, you can find the Ignatian pedagogical paradigm and its 5 main elements: context, reflection, experience, action, and evaluation. And what I did was to connect those 5 main elements with the creative problem-solving strategies: exploring the vision, formulating challenges, exploring ideas, formulating solution, formulating a plan, action, and exploring acceptance. These creative problem-solving stages help me to build bridges between the Ignatian pedagogical paradigm and the strategies that I wanted to apply, like key questions, sketching out ideas, forced connections, PPCO, that means pluses, potentials, concerns, and overcomes when you're analyzing a creative idea, choice-based art, independent work, self-reflection, and peer appreciation. So with all the data that I could collect using those instruments, I could identify different categories, highlighting words, highlighting sentences that led me to understand my students' opinions and my own experience during the intervention. And at the end, I summarized all that in 3 main categories: creativity, related with the students' understanding about what creativity is and its relevance in life and with technique control; the creative process, that involve learning activities used during intervention, how students feel its effects in their own process and creativity, and the role of feedback during the process. And the 3rd category, creative behavior, traits that are manifest in creative person, how students feel about their own creativity, confidence, application, context, and if it evolves during intervention. So about the results, at the beginning of this research, students mentioned things that led me to understand that they feel the same thing that all different authors have proposed. For example, creativity as an ability, as Torno says, or creativity as a state of mind, as I found in Lucas' documents. But also my students connect creativity or think creativity as a gift or a skill that could be learned and developed. Something that was very interesting, that my students connect creativity with technique mastery and mental disposition. They mentioned that they needed to have the willingness to be creative. And after some readings, I could connect that perceptions with the Joe Bird text when he talked about internal and external motivation. So after the intervention, students' understanding of creativity evolved, and they relate creativity with the capacity to think and create new things, and connect creativity with everything. They become more confident about their own creativity. An important element in this research is the creative process as a path to creativity. Wallace described in 1926 4 stages for creative process: preparation, incubation, illumination, and verification. But it's very important to mention here that creative process is a topic that had been analyzed during years, and you can find different texts where other authors think that the creative process has 5 or even 6 stages. But well, in this case, with my 9th grade students, to start this process, artistic education teachers choose the film La Noche de 12 Años as a reference to connect with particular social context and the concept of leadership. The reason is that the great objective looks for the development of social skills and critical thinking. So with this film as inspiration, creative process starts connecting with the student thoughts and feeling after watching the film. And after that, all those feelings and thoughts were connected with art elements, that in this case was surrealism. And during the path, students in groups or individually plan and organize time and ideas in order to develop an independent work according with their resources at home in this remote education context, to finish with self-reflection and peer appreciation work. Explaining more in detail this process, the beginning was highlighting words or sentences that the students write after watching the movie, and transform those words and sentences into images, in drawings, in a kind of image storming. And then, with the help of a surrealistic juxtaposition, they forced connection between all those images to create a new one. So the final creation, before developing the final creation, students work in groups, talking about their ideas, analyzing their proposals. Here was very useful the PPCO strategy that I mentioned before. All this to identify how to improve their communicative intention, and the students took decisions independently. How about techniques and the best way to elaborate their final work? You can see at your right 2 pictures of 2 examples of these final works. So the end of this creative process was a 3D exposition. Doesn't matter the media or the way that we socialize the artistic proposals. The most important thing is to promote the self-reflection and the peer appreciation, the opinions about others' work. So about the creative process as a path to creativity. The creative process showed me that the conditions to build a creative learning and foster a mental disposition, the willingness to be creative, increase with positive feedback, with a positive environment where students have the chance to choose where they have clear goals and instruction, where students feel that they can develop their artistic creativity, and teaching them techniques, materials to improve their technique mastery. So the creative process was very important for students, give them clarity and concentration. The creative process helps students that creativity flow and increase their confidence too. So the strategies applied increase students' confidence. The strategies help students to use creativity to express their ideas and feelings. As the students' answers show, the creative process applied in artistic education built conditions to help students to develop artistic proposals. It is important to give them the opportunity to express themselves, identifying ideas and methods in which they develop artistic behaviors to create autonomously. And it's possible to assess creativity, as students express, taking into account technical mastery as an important element to have all the possible options to express their ideas. And also, it's important to identify the connection between personal meanings and artistic problems. Finally, the action plan is to show others the difference between teaching creatively and teaching for creativity. Share and promote the use of creative problem solving and other strategies applied in this research to develop creativity and students' confidence. Guarantee longer sessions to develop a whole creative process, given on time and meaningful feedback, and avoid rushing learners. And to promote peer feedback, students' self-awareness and self-research during their creative learning, including technique mastery, especially now in remote education. So here we have the references of this research. Thank you.
So thank you, Francie, for your presentation. It was great, despite the technical problems. We could do it
Yes,
here,
it's true.
and that's great. Just want to say thank you, thanks to you.
No, thanks to you.
Okay, here we got commentary of Professor Carolina Rodriguez. That is, thanks, Professor Francie. Sometimes people say that they're not creative. How did you help them to break that belief?
Well, in that cases, I try to highlight the thing that they can do, focusing on the positive things, and trying to show them all the process. They encourage them to save all the drawings and works that they do during the whole year or during the semester to compare how they start and how they end. And where they can see the changes and how they evolve, that kind of mindset change.
Great, thank you. Well, we got here another commentary, Professor Carlos Arias. Say, I love the topic. Thanks for this insightful presentation. For your experience, which is the biggest challenge in teaching, assessing, creative problem solving?
Motivation, I think. Motivation, because, well, even strategies are helpful, and you give to your students and the people the way to solve those creative problems. Sometimes it's the mental disposition, the biggest problem. So you need to talk directly with the person, highlighting the positive things, give them positive feedback, give them confidence, trying to share in the group all the possibilities. So when they can see all the options and they are in a very warm and confident environment,
they feel better and they are encouraged to solve all those creative problems using whatever strategy you propose.
Great. Oh, we got another commentary. Jasmine Alfonso says, thank you, Professor Francie. In the theoretical framework, you mentioned discipline-based art education. And can you expand a little bit this concept?
Okay, discipline-based art education, it's a way to teach art, especially at the United States, and it's focused in those particular elements of the different artistic languages. For example, at my school, we have 4 languages. We teach theater, music, dance, and fine arts. So each language can promote in different ways the artistic skills. So discipline-based art is where you respect and value all those particular elements in the different artistic languages, because at the end, it doesn't matter the language, the person above in their communicative expressions.
Okay, thank you, Professor Francie, for stay today. Thanks again, despite all the technical problems, thanks to stay here. Now we will continue. Thank you. Now we will continue with the research and action.
Good morning, everybody. Hope you're doing well. Today in the panel we're going to have Carlos Granados Beltran, who holds a PhD in education from Universidad Santo Tomás, an MA in British Cultural Studies, an ELT from University of Warwick, and an MA in Applied Linguistics to TEFL from Universidad Distrital. He is the academic director at the BA in Bilingual Education at ÚNICA, and he has been a professor of the language department at Universidad Central, the BA programs in Spanish and languages and Spanish and English at Universidad Pedagógica Nacional, and the BA in modern languages at Universidad Javeriana. Also, he is guest lecturer for the MA in language teaching at UPTC. So Santi, would you like to introduce the next panelist?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. The next person we have today is Yamid Jose Fandiño Parra, and he holds a bachelor degree in English philosophy from the National University of Colombia, and an MA in teaching from Universidad de La Salle. He's also a specialist in virtual learning environments from Virtual Educa Argentina. Currently, he's pursuing his PhD in Education and Society at La Salle University. His research interests range from teacher education and language policies to the colonial studies and teacher subjectivation. At present, he works at Universidad La Salle in the School of Education Sciences, where he teaches both undergraduate and graduate courses. Who's the next person, Jonathan?
The next panelist is Astrid Núñez Pardo, who is a professor in the master's program in education at Universidad Externado de Colombia. He holds a PhD in education sciences from Universidad Pedagógica y Tecnología de Colombia, UPTC, an MA in education, a specialization in international economics, a BA in hotel and tourism business management from Universidad Externado de Colombia, and a diploma in linguistic studies from the University of Essex from England, and in the Advanced International Program on Child Rights, Classroom and School Management from Lund University from Sweden.
Okay, and last but not least, we have Jairo Enrique Castañeda. He holds a bachelor degree in Spanish and English from Universidad Pedagógica Nacional. Is a Magister in Education from Universidad Externado de Colombia and PhD candidate in Education from Universidad Distrital Francisco José de Caldas. Currently, he is a teacher, educator, and researcher at Universidad Surcolombiana in Neiva, Huila. He's currently the president of the Colombian Association of English Teachers as a copy for the period 2021-2022.
Bueno, buenos días a todos. Muchas gracias, Santiago. Muchas gracias, Jonathan, por la presentación. Le quiero dar una cálida bienvenida a mis amigos, porque son mis amigos y también colegas que trabajamos en el área de formación de docentes. La idea de estar en este panel hoy es, bueno, primero el panel va a ser en español, siguiendo la tónica que establecimos al comienzo del evento, y el tema tiene que ver con la mentoría, porque sé que ustedes, al igual que yo, hemos sido mentores, hemos sido tutores de tesis, hemos sido tanto víctimas, digamos, del proceso, como asesores de nuestros estudiantes. Entonces, me gustaría que arrancáramos por la primera pregunta, que es: ¿cuáles acciones han tomado ustedes para que el proceso de tutoría sea exitoso? Por ejemplo, en mi caso, yo hago muchas cosas como recomendar bibliografía o brindar outlines, como los esquemas de cómo debe ser la tesis, partir la tesis en pedacitos para que no parezca un dragón, como decía Liliana al comienzo en su charla, que toca atacar. Entonces me gustaría que me contaran qué acciones han tomado y cuáles han sido como las más efectivas. ¿Quién quiere arrancar? Astrid, ladies first.
Gracias, Kelly. En primer lugar, un saludo muy especial para la audiencia, para ti, para mis dos compañeros, colegas, Jairito, pues egresado de la maestría del externado, amigo también, igual que tú, Carlito. Muchas gracias por esta invitación. Bueno, en cuanto a las acciones de acompañamiento que nosotros hemos realizado con nuestros estudiantes en el énfasis didáctica del inglés de la maestría en educación del externado, yo podría identificar rápidamente 6 que considero que han sido efectivas. Muy posiblemente coincidamos, ¿no?, con mis dos colegas. En primer lugar, el acompañamiento personalizado. El hecho de que en los seminarios de investigación que ofrecemos en los 4 semestres de la maestría, hay sesiones de asesoría individuales. Ofrecemos 3 en el primer semestre, 3 en el segundo, 5 en el tercero y 7 en el cuarto semestre. Esto es una gran ventaja. Y una segunda acción es que acompañamos estos trabajos de grado, ¿cierto? Y que también es efectiva, y es el hecho de que los seminarios que llamamos colectivos de investigación, los profesores, que son nuestros estudiantes de inglés, profesores de inglés, ellos deben presentar los avances de sus proyectos de investigación y de esa manera reciben realimentación de sus compañeros, colegas y de sus maestros o maestras. Cuando tenemos el tiempo nos reunimos 2 o 3 del énfasis para poder mirar los proyectos, entonces tienen una realimentación mucho más enriquecida. Este requisito a su vez motiva a los estudiantes a esforzarse, a dar lo mejor de sí como maestros, a dar lo mejor de sí como investigadores, ¿cierto? Porque además hace parte de los productos entregables y calificables del semestre. Yo diría que como lo manejo yo, la nota para mí no es importante. Para mí es importante el compromiso y la motivación que se tenga para investigar. Mis estudiantes ponen su nota. Y son tan severos consigo mismos calificándose que yo no tengo que preocuparme por eso. Y son muy seguramente responsables. Una tercera instancia es que al finalizar el segundo semestre, el documento se debe enviar para la lectura de un jurado del énfasis, que no es el asesor, otro jurado, otros ojos frescos mirando, de pronto otra mentalidad, otra ideología, puede contribuir muchísimo con esa realimentación. Sin embargo, los estudiantes y su asesor o asesora deciden si aceptan los comentarios, las sugerencias, o si las argumentan, si no las consideran pertinentes. Se las pueden argumentar, no incluirlas. En cuarto lugar, estando a cargo de los seminarios de investigación, de escritura académica, también de didáctica del inglés, pues me ofrece a mí una oportunidad extraordinaria de poder relacionar los contenidos de estos 3 seminarios con las inquietudes investigativas de mis estudiantes. Eso es fantástico, porque en cada sesión, si es de escritura, estamos hablando del proyecto, si es de didáctica, estamos hablando del proyecto, y si es de investigación también. Todo está siempre conectado, es decir, todo le contribuye y le apuesta a la propuesta de investigación de los estudiantes. Esto, de mi manera de ver, es una acción fundamental para que ellos puedan construir, ¿cierto?, y desarrollar su trabajo de grado. Una quinta acción que considero igualmente importante son los protocolos que tú mencionaste, Carlitos, institucionales. En nuestro énfasis vamos aún más allá. Consentimos mucho a los estudiantes porque aparte de ese protocolo tenemos un formato ultra, mega, hiper detallado con aspectos a considerar en cada sección. Esto ayuda muchísimo, sin embargo, sabemos que es una práctica colonial, sabemos que puede constreñir de alguna manera la creatividad y autonomía de los estudiantes, entonces, pero históricamente en 14 años ha probado que funciona. Entonces, lo que hacemos es decirle, somos conscientes de que es una práctica colonial, por favor, si usted quiere, no lo mire, no lo reciba, no se lo enviamos para que no esté con la tentación de mirarlo, pero todos aceptan que por favor se los enviemos y sin embargo, muchas veces hay unos que siguen muy al pie de la letra, otros que sí, definitivamente no. Igualmente funciona, pero cumplimos con informar y pedir su consentimiento. Y la última acción que yo considero pertinente y muy útil es que se establece una relación asesor-asesorado, ¿cierto?, muy estrecha, que yo diría, en principio, ellos saben que tienen a sus profesoras como asesoras, pero también como corresponsables de ese producto de investigación. Es decir, lo que ellos hagan, habla de mí, habla del asesor que esté acompañándolo. Entonces, y también les damos a entender, no les damos a entender, perdón, también saben que cuentan con alguien en quien pueden confiar sus temores, sus angustias, sus preocupaciones, ¿cierto?, en relación con su proceso de formación y su proceso de investigación. Y sí, muchas veces también hay un acercamiento a sus problemas personales, que también se trabajan y también se conversan y eso hace parte también de esta asesoría. Eso es lo que hemos hecho del externado y ha funcionado. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Astrid. Yamir.
Bueno, pues muy buenos días también a todos los asistentes, a mis colegas. Yo quiero compartir 2 experiencias que son diferentes, pero que se complementan muy bien. Y una cosa es hablar de estos procesos de acompañamiento en pregrado y hablarlos en posgrado. Nosotros en la Universidad de La Salle, yo particularmente he tenido la experiencia en los 2 momentos de formación. Y lo que puedo decir, comparten estos 2 procesos, son 3 aspectos a grandes rasgos. Un primer aspecto es todo lo que tiene que ver con alfabetización académica. Es decir, todos aquellos ejercicios, actividades, estrategias que en torno a la lectura y a la escritura, pues le permiten a los estudiantes tanto de pregrado como posgrado acercarse al ejercicio de construcción de una propuesta, de elaboración de un marco teórico, de construcción de un marco metodológico y el ejercicio posterior de recolección y análisis de datos. Todo eso, todos aquellos aspectos que como docentes pues hacemos el deber de trabajar con nuestros estudiantes en pregrado y posgrado, creo que eso es un aspecto que compartimos todos. Ahora, seguramente, dependiendo de las apuestas institucionales, habrán ciertas énfasis o ciertos aspectos que recobren o que tengan mayor relevancia. Pero creo que un primer aspecto que vale la pena tomar en cuenta es todo lo que tiene que ver con alfabetización académica. Ahora bien, a nosotros nos ha funcionado muy bien en pregrado y en posgrado traer a la comunidad académica al interior del proceso. ¿Cómo así? Traemos invitados a los espacios para que ellos compartan desde su viva voz y su experiencia, pues cómo han enfrentado estos ejercicios de lectura y escritura. Esa es una primera medida. Pueden ser profesores de la misma universidad, de la misma facultad, de otros programas, o colegas que invitamos a que nos compartan experiencias. Lo segundo es que tanto en pregrado como en posgrado tenemos unos eventos. En pregrado, cada semestre, los chicos participan en un evento en el cual socializan lo que han logrado desarrollar a lo largo de su proyecto. Generalmente se le da mayor énfasis pues, a los estudiantes de trabajo de grado 4 en pregrado, que son los que están cercanos a hacer el ejercicio de socialización y están mucho más ansiosos a pero se procura invitar a los demás estudiantes de pregrado en trabajo de grado 1, 2, 3 y 4. En la Universidad de La Salle son 4 trabajos de grado en pregrado y sucede igual un ejercicio muy similar de experiencias investigativas en la maestría en didácticas de las lenguas donde yo trabajo. Y lo tercero es también invitar a los estudiantes a que hagan parte de circuitos de eventos académicos, porque consideramos que parte de la alfabetización académica es entender qué sucede cuando los profesores, los investigadores entran en relación, hacen presentaciones, qué tipo de instrumentos son los más utilizados y demás. Entonces, el primer aspecto, todo lo que tiene que ver con la alfabetización académica. Un segundo aspecto muy importante tiene que ver con lo metalingüístico y lo metacognitivo, que son esos asuntos de toma de decisiones que deben hacer los estudiantes en pregrado y posgrado, y aquellos ejercicios de desarrollo lectoescritural que se hacen necesarios por diferentes situaciones de los estudiantes. Ejemplo, algunos estudiantes en lengua extranjera tienen algunas dificultades con asuntos de cohesión, coherencia, y entonces la Universidad de La Salle cuenta con un espacio donde los estudiantes pueden acceder, tanto en pregrado como posgrado, para recibir capacitaciones, para recibir talleres, que les ayudan a ellos a asumir la lectura y la escritura desde una mirada diferente. Es decir, el asesor pues da pistas, acompaña el ejercicio, pero no es el único jugador. Y creo que ese asunto de entender que cuando uno hace trabajo de grado uno entra en un gran engranaje. Creo que algunas universidades se centran mucho en el asesor, y el asesor pues es la persona que impulsa el proceso. Acá no, acá creo que hemos entendido después de un buen tiempo de tratar diferentes técnicas que es todo un gran engranaje con diferentes actores para favorecer el proceso. Entonces, todo lo que tiene que ver también con aspectos metacognitivos, con la toma, con el plantearse de objetivos, trazar acciones de mediano, corto, largo plazo y demás, evaluar los progresos, también le sirven a los estudiantes para saber qué tanto ellos se están adueñando de su propio trabajo de grado, es particularmente en pregrado y posgrado, porque lo que no queremos que suceda es que el ejercicio termine siendo lanzado o más bien movido por el asesor, y que el asesor termina haciendo muchas tesis, y esa no es la intención. La intención es que en última es que el estudiante asuma su propia responsabilidad con estos ejercicios de metacognición y conciencia metalingüística. Y tercero, que estoy de acuerdo con Astrid, todo lo que tiene que ver con asuntos de relación, todo lo relacional, lo dialógico. Es muy curioso que los estudiantes asumen al asesor generalmente como a la persona que los va a controlar, que es la persona que está encargada de, bueno, ya me envió el documento, sí o no, cuándo me lo va a enviar, bueno, etcétera, ¿no? Sucede también en posgrado, lo cual me ha llamado poderosamente la atención. Pero lo que queremos ahí es que la relación sea verdaderamente entre colegas. Y eso ha implicado cambios, primero en nosotros. En la Universidad de La Salle, en posgrado, tenemos 2 docentes que son asesorados, que son los asesores, perdón. Entonces, en el espacio académico, los 2 docentes adelantamos actividades de lectura, de investigación, de escritura también, y hacemos o creamos una sinergia para que los estudiantes sientan de viva voz lo importante de tener ese tipo de relaciones, de acercamientos, de que es posible tener puntos de vista diferentes, pero articularse. Básicamente, en pregrado eso no ha sucedido todavía, pues por el número de estudiantes que tenemos, la situación es un poco más exigente para poder tener 2 profesores. Pero creemos que todo este asunto de lo relacional, lo afectivo, lo dialógico, también es un aspecto para desarrollar.
Jairito. ¿Estás sin micrófono, creo?
¿Se te oye?
No te
Abajo,
escuchamos. ¿no?
en la parte de abajo de la pantalla, encuentras el micrófono.
No, está sin audio.
¿Qué será?
Bueno, mientras Jairo logra conectarse, quiero retomar 2 cosas de lo que Astrid y Yamit dijeron. Uno es el tema de la relación dialógica, y que el estudiante quizás asume que el asesor es el que lo va a perseguir. Yo siempre le digo a mis estudiantes, pues yo soy su asesor, sí, hola Jairo, pero el proyecto de tesis es suyo, ¿no? No mío. Tú eres el que tienes que desarrollar el proyecto. Y lo otro que quería retomar era, bueno, es relacionado a lo que decía Astrid con la corresponsabilidad. Es decir, no es un trabajo solo del estudiante, tampoco es solo del asesor, pero sí quizá yo pensaría que dice mucho del asesor o de su acompañamiento el resultado que tiene el asesorado. A veces, pues algunos pecamos por dejarlos a su suerte y no sabemos qué pasa con ellos. Y ellos pues tampoco se encargan de perseguirlo a uno para ver qué sucede con el proyecto o cómo pueden avanzar. Entonces creo que ese aspecto de corresponsabilidad es muy importante. Jairo,
Bien.
ahora sí.
¿Ya me escuchan? Sí.
Sí, ahora sí. Perfecto.
Ok, buenos días Astrid.
Buenos días,
Mi querida Astrid, Yamid, Carlo y a todas las personas que están conectadas. Muchísimas gracias por la invitación. Yo tengo algunas cosas en común con nuestros otros dos panelistas. Astrid fue mi tutora. Entonces, cuando Carlos decía si lo hemos sufrido, sí, lo sufrimos. No, mentiras, Astrid. Lo vivimos, más bien, y fue una experiencia agradable. Y con Yamit tengo en común que también trabajé en la Salle como también en trabajo de grado. Entonces, digamos que todas esas experiencias recolectadas en estos dos espacios han hecho que pues yo tenga muchos puntos en común con respecto a lo que ellos dos mencionan. Y lo primero que quería resaltar, como mencionaban ellos, es la parte de las relaciones entre el mentor, el que está tutoreando, y la persona a la que se está dirigiendo, ¿no? Porque, como mencionaba Carlos, a veces esa relación que ellos piensan y que llegan cuando llegan a este paso de la mentoría o del asesoramiento, ellos piensan que es una relación, sigue siendo una relación vertical. Yo soy el que le digo qué es lo que tiene que hacer, cómo lo tiene que hacer, cuándo lo tiene que entregar, cuando en realidad tendría que ser al contrario, ¿no? Una relación un poco más horizontal en la que establezcamos puntos en común, en la que establezcamos también puntos de encuentro. Obviamente siguiendo unas regulaciones, siguiendo unos estamentos previamente dados por la universidad, por la asignatura, por la maestría, por el pregrado diferente de lo que se está tomando, pero siempre como esta estabilidad, digamos, en la relación entre el uno y el otro, que permite también una cooperación en el desarrollo del trabajo. Cuando Carlos mencionaba acerca de este asunto, y Astrid también lo decía, acerca de esta corresponsabilidad, se venía a mi mente algunas pues vivencias de los estudiantes en las que ellos se sienten totalmente abandonados por el mentor. A veces no saben qué hacer y buscan a otra persona para que les colabore, ¿cierto? Cuando la responsabilidad del mentor es precisamente esa, acompañarlos. La pregunta mencionaba acompañarlos en la tesis, acompañarlos en su trabajo de grado. Y creo que eso es lo más importante. Y con relación a las acciones, de lo que yo he aprendido en los varios contextos en los que he estado, y ahorita, perdón, ahorita que estoy en la Universidad Surcolombiana, pues podemos mencionar que una de las formas más prácticas para poder colaborar y acompañar a estos estudiantes es también enseñándoles o mostrándoles cómo lo hemos hecho nosotros, ¿no? Yo he experienciado muchísimo el ver cómo los otros están haciendo investigación y mostrarles a ellos e involucrarlos a ellos en otros procesos para que ellos se den cuenta qué se está haciendo. Eso es esencial, porque no es para establecer un parámetro de acción o de conducta, sino simplemente un punto de referencia con el cual ellos puedan seguir trabajando, ¿no? Eso es bastante importante desde mi perspectiva, desde mi punto de vista. Y otra acción que yo pienso que es bastante necesaria, es algo que ya Yamid mencionó, y es traer personas externas, ¿no? A veces nosotros como mentores, nosotros decimos esto está quedando bonito, esto está yendo al lugar que debe llegar, pero cuando llega otra persona y empieza a ver otras cosas y empieza a discutir otros puntos, entonces uno se descoloca y dice, ah, sí, aquí es por donde debería ajustarse, o tal vez no, esto hay que ajustarlo un poquito más, o tal vez reforzar la discusión en ese punto, y eso es bastante valioso. En la Universidad de la Surcolombiana lo que hacemos es hacer un poster session al final de los 2 cursos de investigación que tenemos. Sí, al principio, en el primero, pues obviamente solamente acerca de la propuesta de investigación, de la pregunta, de la problematización, todos estos aspectos y recibir el feedback de las personas que atienden al poster session. Y al final, pues otro, pero es más completo, ya mostrando resultados, mostrando los ajustes y esperando pues también el feedback para seguir reajustando, ¿no? El proceso de investigación, como sabemos, no es un proceso que se termina simplemente con un paper, es un proceso que debería seguir continuando, en que incluso se puede refinar muchísimas veces, y más en nuestro campo, ¿no? Esas serían las acciones, digamos, para no repetir mucho lo que ya dijeron mis otros dos compañeros.
Súper, coincidimos en muchas cosas, creo que esto lo discutimos con Astrid en algún momento. Yo le decía que la idea, por ejemplo, pues de los distintos niveles y cuando enseñamos investigación es finalmente que el estudiante se convierta en un investigador independiente, que pueda tomar decisiones por su cuenta. Pero también para lograr eso, pues necesitamos del escalonamiento, ¿cierto? Que es lo que hacemos, por ejemplo, a través de lo que tú dices, Jairo, de las poster sessions, los eventos que menciona Yamid, los diferentes ensayos que tienen durante el recorrido en la maestría del externado, como las distintas pruebas para ver cómo van presentando el proyecto. Creo que esa es una fase importante que también mencionaba Liliana en su charla acerca del escalonamiento. Todos ustedes mencionaron el tema de la relación dialógica y de esa relación que logramos establecer con el estudiante. Algunas veces no es tan sencillo, digamos que uno desea guiar al estudiante, pero el estudiante no se deja guiar, o es bastante terco acerca de qué quiere hacer. Me ha pasado con algunos estudiantes. ¿Qué desafíos ven ustedes en esa relación que establecen con el estudiante? Y cómo, digamos, si los han tenido, cómo los han superado. ¿Quién quiere arrancar? Esta vez dejemos que sea libre.
Bueno, arranco. Arranco yo, entonces.
Dale, Jairo.
Eso tiene que ver con lo que mencionábamos en el punto anterior, y es acerca de estas ideologías con las que vienen los estudiantes. Obviamente son heredadas por la tradición educativa nuestra, donde el que dirige es el que está al frente del salón, ¿sí? El profesor es el que tiene que direccionar todo, el profesor es el que manda, el profesor es el que tiene todo el poder y toda la autoridad para decidir lo que está bien y lo que no está, ¿no? Y muchas veces nos enfrentamos a preguntas de los estudiantes y ¿esto sí era lo que usted quería, profesor? ¿Cierto? Y entonces uno se pone a pensar ahí, creo que la cuestión no es lo que yo quiero, porque eso es lo que pues yo trato de hacer con las personas a las que dirijo, sino la cuestión es que usted mismo se posicione frente a lo que quiere, a lo que desea investigar y que lo defienda. Obviamente esta defensa tiene que ser bien fundamentada en la teoría, fundamentada en lecturas, fundamentada en muchas cosas, reflexión, etcétera, e incluso cuando se muestran los resultados tiene que estar fundamentada en los datos y bien posicionados, pero no es lo que yo quiera como mentor, sino lo que usted quiera como asesorado, ¿cierto? Lo que usted esté desarrollando. Hay un comentario en el chat que decía que sí, hay que poner las reglas o hay que poner ciertas formas de hacer desde el mentor, y eso es muy cierto, pero también hay que dejar que el estudiante tenga cierta libertad, porque al fin y al cabo, él es el que está investigando, nosotros solamente los estamos guiando, ¿no? Hace un momento decían, no queremos nosotros terminar haciendo 10, 15 trabajos de grado, porque esa no es la idea es que ellos lo puedan hacer y que se puedan relacionar. Ese es uno de los desafíos más grandes que se presentan usualmente cuando llegamos a cualquier nivel, maestría o pregrado, porque en maestría sucede exactamente lo mismo. Y en maestría entonces sucede otro fenómeno. Cuando trabajamos en una maestría donde hay muchas voces, o en cualquier nivel, empezamos a decir, ay sí, este es el camino, me voy a ir por acá. Y entonces escuchamos otra voz y, ay sí, este es también el camino. Entonces voy a empezar a mezclar y voy a empezar a hacer como mi pequeño sancocho acá de diferentes productos, pero entonces también pensando en cómo agradar o digamos que complacer el oído de las personas que me están escuchando, ¿no? Y ese es otro asunto que tenemos que empezar como a desmantelar. Nuevamente digo, todo es válido siempre y cuando esté bien fundamentado y bien informado, y el estudiante pues obviamente tenga que o quiera hacerlo, ¿no? Y vea que sea necesario hacerlo, ¿sí? Escuchar muchas voces es muy bueno, pero también aprender a ser selectivo es importante. Es muy importante. No todo puede caber dentro de un trabajo de grado, no todo puede caber dentro de una tesis o una disertación. Entonces, debemos empezar a hacer eso. Y para ello, también debemos, o yo pienso, que debemos empezar a explorar los intereses de ellos. Es que a veces, creo que este es otro asunto también que pues, se puede trabajar. A veces ellos no saben qué es lo que quieren hacer en pregrado, ¿no? Entonces, obviamente uno está allí para acompañarlos, para guiarlos, para ofrecerles alternativas y para mostrarles opciones, ¿sí? Y ellos son los que tendrán que escogerlas. Por eso es tan importante el trabajo del mentor, no dejarlos simplemente que asuman un trabajo, te entreguen un paper al final, sino que acompañarlos siempre. Esa será pues una labor que es importante para nosotros.
Astrid.
Gracias, Carlitos. Bueno, esta pregunta me costó trabajo responderla. En cuanto a los desafíos, yo sé que nuestros estudiantes están muy acompañados, un tanto consentidos, ellos mismos lo dicen, consentidos, y algunos entonces son más dependientes en la toma de decisión en cuanto a la orientación que quieren darle al estudio. Bueno, sin embargo, lo logran. Es decir, yo soy una persona consentida y tiendo a consentirlo, sí, y me gusta hacerlo. Pero yo encontré, más que retos, encontré beneficios. Entonces quiero mencionar los beneficios que encontré, no sé si de pronto coincidamos. Uno es que se crea un compromiso que yo acostumbro calificar como inquebrantable para cumplir, para que estos estudiantes, nuestros maestros de inglés, cumplan con todos los requisitos del trabajo de grado. Es un esmero que ustedes no se alcanzan a imaginar. Cuando uno realmente se preocupa por el estudiante, cuando realmente muestra su afecto, ¿cierto?, hacia ellos, en todo lo que hacemos, ellos responden de manera increíble. Esto a su vez hace que los asesorados den lo mejor como personas, den lo mejor como maestros, den lo mejor como investigadores y como productores de materiales en el caso en que su estudio implique el diseño de intervención pedagógica. A mí me sorprenden, me conmueven los maestros. Por otra parte, esta interacción de asesorado o asesor conlleva una motivación más fuerte para que ellos continúen en ese ejercicio, esa práctica investigativa, o bien en asociaciones de indagación, o profesionales, como académicas, como se quieran llamar, o a nivel de estudios de doctorado. Yo personalmente me siento muy orgullosa de poder decir que hay un gran número de nuestros egresados que están adelantando, que han terminado estudios de doctorado o que están adelantando estudios de doctorado. Tenemos un ejemplo aquí, Jairito Castañeda, nuestro egresado, está adelantando, a punto de terminar, yo supongo, sus estudios doctorales. Eso me parece a mí fantástico, que no sea la motivación de investigar para tener este título y allí se acabó ese interés, sino que quieran seguirlo haciendo porque mejoran como seres humanos y también humanizan su ejercicio, ¿no?, su acto educativo. Y tercero, y nuevamente no por mencionarlo de último, ocupa ese lugar, se crea un gran número de colegas y amigos que siempre nos van a manifestar un agradecimiento eterno y una amistad sincera. Eso rescato de esa interacción. Muchas gracias.
Wow.
Gracias.
Lo dejan a uno los colegas bastante conmovido por sus expresiones de compromiso con los estudiantes de pregrado y de posgrado, porque en últimas creo que este ejercicio es eso, es un compromiso, y uno lo hace con el mayor deseo para que los resultados sean los más beneficiosos posibles. Ahora bien, en cuanto a retos, yo creo que el gran reto, que lo mencionamos los tres quizás en la primera intervención, tiene que ver con generar esa comunidad en la cual el diálogo, la igualdad y la inclusión sean fundantes y fundamentales. Y como lo señalaba Jairo, creo que eso depende de muchos de los recorridos que han tenido nuestros estudiantes. Para nadie es un secreto que muchos de ellos vienen con la idea de que el asesor me tiene que decir, me tiene que indicar, me tiene. Y creo que los primeros encuentros y los primeros ejercicios giran en torno al construir esa comunidad que dialoga, esa comunidad que es igualitaria, o sea, todos tenemos diferentes rutas, pero yo no soy ni más ni menos, todos podemos hacer aportes y todos debemos sentir que nuestra voz es incluida y que nuestra voz, nuestra experiencia hace parte de los ejercicios de diálogo. Y yo creo que un segundo reto, además de construir esa comunidad de aprendizaje basada en el diálogo, la igualdad y la inclusión, tiene que ver con que esa comunidad de aprendizaje también debe ser invitada a desarrollar pensamiento crítico reflexivo. Y ahí me parece que hay un gran reto, y es cómo movilizar a que la comunidad de estudiantes, es decir, vuelve y juega. Cuando nosotros estamos con nuestros estudiantes, ellos hacen parte de un curso, hay 10, 15 estudiantes, bueno, los que sean, pero lo que no queremos, al menos eso ha pasado en la Salle en los últimos 3 años, es que ellos asuman que la relación es el estudiante con su asesor y los demás, pues, ni modos, pues ellos verán cómo van. No es mi proceso, no es mi investigación. Creo que ahí esa no es la idea, es una comunidad y tratamos de que todos nos ayudemos. Ha sido a veces un poco complicado porque ustedes saben que hay estudiantes que dicen, pero yo por qué, yo vine acá a trabajar, ¿no? Vuelve y juega, pero creo que el gran reto es sentirnos como una comunidad unida y que a través de ejercicios de reflexión y de pensamiento crítico logramos llegar a acuerdos que nos movilizan, que nos impulsan, que nos animan. Hace poco teníamos un ejercicio de reflexión con los estudiantes de posgrado y nos dábamos cuenta de cómo hemos cambiado en los últimos 2 semestres y cómo se ha generado una dinámica, sobre todo esto del paro, nos permitió además reflexionar sobre este asunto, que la investigación tiene que estar tomándolo como referente. Seguramente nos está pasando a todos y es cómo recoger los datos, cómo dar cuenta de este momento histórico que está sucediendo en el país. Bueno, y nos dábamos cuenta entonces que la preocupación no era, pero cómo se diseña el instrumento, pero cómo se analizan los datos, sino era cómo como una comunidad reflexiva, crítica, íbamos a dar respuesta a esto. O sea, esto que estaba sucediendo debería entrar de alguna manera a nuestros trabajos. No podemos ser apolíticos, no podemos ser asociales. Entonces fue un muy interesante ejercicio porque esto no sucedía hace un semestre. Hace un semestre la preocupación era otra, era la teoría, era un poco más externa al ejercicio. Entonces yo creo que esos son los grandes retos que tenemos los profesores, crear esa comunidad de aprendizaje a través de la igualdad, el diálogo y la inclusión, y por otro lado, que esa comunidad logre llegar a ejercicios de reflexión y de crítica.
Muchas gracias, Yamit. En ese sentido, y también el que dice Jairo, me voy a adelantar un poquito en las preguntas. Es una experiencia propia con estudiantes de pregrado y posgrado, que a veces los temas todavía se enfoquen en la naturaleza instrumental del lenguaje. ¿Cómo enseño speaking a través de lo que sea? ¿Cómo fomento la habilidad de escritura a través de lo que sea? Y pues yo siempre soy como muy insistente, muy terco, ahí sí yo, de por favor cambiemos de tema, ya superemos el tema de habilidades, ya ahí no hay mucho que hacer, ya casi todo está resuelto. Mi pregunta tiene que ver con eso, ¿cómo abordan ustedes el tema de innovación o cómo invitan a los estudiantes a incorporar nuevos temas en sus procesos de investigación? Y de pronto, ¿cómo logran despegarlos un poco de esa naturaleza o de esa visión tan instrumental de la lengua? Bien, Jairo, si quieres arrancar esta vez. Sí.
¿Yo? Bueno, cuando estaba leyendo esa pregunta, se vino a la mente el artículo que escribió un amigo mío, Carlos Granados, acerca de investigación, acción y de la falta también de la investigación crítica dentro de los pregrados, ¿no? Y entonces yo también pensaba acerca de lo mismo, es decir, los estudiantes casi siempre, creo que eso lo vengo pensando desde que trabajaba en la Salle hace algunos años, porque creo que es por niveles educativos, ¿no? Cuando estamos como en el pregrado, los estudiantes están tan interesados en su formación lingüística, en su formación, en su mejoramiento de sus habilidades, que el interés prácticamente de ellos gira en torno a saber cómo hago, cómo realizo, cómo muestro. Pero lo que decía hace un momento Yamit, del ser político, pero también del del ser consciente, bueno, que implica también el ser político, el ser consciente del entorno, de los contextos, de lo que está sucediendo en el mundo. Eso también es importante, ¿no? No solamente las skills. Entonces, creo que en el tema de innovación estábamos trabajando en el pregrado y también pues en la maestría, tratando de incluir o tratando de invitar a los estudiantes a que vean nuevas, o no nuevas, nuevas para ellos, pero sí diferentes formas de hacer investigación, ¿no? Incluir, por ejemplo, investigación un poco más narrativa, que se dirija un poco más a la persona como tal, y que el foco sea la persona, porque a veces cuando incluso, o sea, esto está otro desafío que tenemos cuando queremos hacer objetivos de investigación o preguntas de investigación, el foco casi siempre se dirige al objeto y se aleja de la persona, ¿no? Acercarse uno a la persona es tan complicado para nosotros porque hemos sido educados en este, digamos, paradigma del método científico, donde todo tiene que ser observable y verificable, pero la persona se aleja mucho de eso, de lo que es observable y verificable. Entonces, el acercarlos a la persona es importante. Y hemos hecho muchísimas exploraciones, básicamente leyendo artículos y tratando de mirar qué se ha hecho en otros campos, qué otras cosas se han tocado, y se han logrado avances. Digamos, en la surcolombiana se han logrado avances de despegar un poquito lo que es la investigación-acción, así tan estructurada como a veces se ve, que entonces yo hago una aplicación, la pongo acá, miro los resultados y digo, ah, sí, esto funciona muy bien. ¿Sí? Los resultados siempre son excelentes en investigación-acción, y nos hemos movido un poquito más hacia el aspecto crítico, hacia la narrativa, hacia la exploración etnográfica, hacia otro tipo de cosas que poco a poco pues han ido surtiendo, digamos, dando frutos. Hemos tenido la experiencia incluso de trabajar, o he tenido la experiencia de trabajar con algunos chicos de pregrado haciendo autoetnografías, que eso pues para que se pueda ver en un pregrado, eso es bastante extraño, ¿no? Hacer una autoetnografía a veces se sale de todos los parámetros, de todos los cánones que establecen las universidades, pero que de una u otra forma responde a una necesidad, y es expresar quién soy y por qué estoy aquí y cómo me ven los demás, ¿sí? Y cómo yo veo también el entorno o el contexto o donde me estoy yo también construyendo como profesor, como un ser que no solamente va a ir a dirigir clase, a enseñar una estrategia, enseñar un tema, un vocabulario, sino que también va a influir, ¿no? Dentro de una comunidad, porque es un profesor, no es no sé cómo diría esto, no es simplemente un transmisor de conocimientos lingüísticos, sino que es algo más. Y un instructor, muy bien. Muchas gracias. Esa es como la forma como estamos tratando de trabajar la innovación, ¿no? Porque pues obviamente la innovación no implica hacer o inventarse las cosas de manera distinta, sino hacerlas distintas o verlas distintas o mostrarlas de manera distinta también.
Perfecto, gracias Jairo. Astrid.
Gracias, Carlitos. Bueno, coincidimos en varias cosas, supongo yo. Yo quisiera mencionar que un aspecto que nos ayuda a comprender esa necesidad de apartarnos o de desistir en el empeño de investigar esos temas desgastados del desarrollo de las habilidades lingüísticas o de la implementación crítica de metodologías de enseñanza foráneas, ¿cierto? Es el hecho de que partimos de la comprensión del maestro de inglés como un sujeto político, reflexivo, crítico, conocedor, con conocimientos, autónomo, transformador, y que por ende debe actuar como educador prospectivo y fomentar la justicia social, la diversidad y la inclusión. Ese es esencial. Nuestros maestros cuando llegan no se ven así. Entonces la lucha es que entiendan que esos son ellos y que su misión es importantísima en la educación. Otro aspecto que también quiero resaltar es que comprendemos la lengua inglesa como un sistema complejo, cuya puesta en escena o cuya enseñanza cobra sentido solo si se realiza en contexto. Es decir, resistimos la visión mecánica, instrumental de la enseñanza y el aprendizaje de la lengua centrada en gramática, ¿cierto? Y que se reproduce en muchas clases en nuestro contexto educativo nacional, y que se reproduce en los materiales y en la literatura, infortunadamente. Todavía seguimos viendo muchísima investigación, si los niños, para ver si los estudiantes hablan, escuchan. Bueno, si escuchemos, entonces vayamos un poquito más allá, hablemos de escucha crítica. Si queremos mirar si están comprendiendo lo que leen, vayamos hacia la lectura crítica. Incluyamos textos, ¿cierto?, de literacia crítica. Incluyamos textos en diferente de modalidad textual, de diferente género textual. Todo eso lo estamos haciendo. Un tercer aspecto que quiero subrayar es nuestra concepción del desarrollo de materiales de enseñanza en inglés como una actividad situada, sociocultural, situada, como una actividad teórico-práctica, reflexiva, constructiva, productiva y transformadora. Si vemos así el desarrollo de materiales, por supuesto que podemos entonces entenderlos, darle identidad a los materiales, ¿cierto? Que no sean unos ciudadanos de segunda categoría o que ni siquiera sean ciudadanos, que lo sean plenamente, pero que además se conciban como unas mediaciones socioculturales, como unas mediaciones, no medios, ¿cierto?, ni recursos, sino mediaciones que realmente cumplen con su función. Entonces son socioculturales, son ontológicas, son cognitivas, son pedagógicas, son didácticas, porque tienen el potencial no solamente de facilitar y de permitir que los estudiantes aprendan la lengua, sino que también desarrollen o construyan su conciencia sociocultural y política crítica, que es lo que estamos viendo. Yo pienso que los educadores colombianos en todas las áreas del saber están cumpliendo con esa función, porque tenemos a nuestros jóvenes protestando y pidiendo sus derechos. Bueno, así mismo quisiera decir que concienciar a los maestros de inglés de que no solamente son maestros de lengua es muy importante. No vamos solamente a enseñar gramática, tenemos que ir más allá de los aspectos gramaticales, puesto que estos temas descontextualizados no permiten que el estudiante realmente desarrolle sus habilidades de pensamiento superior. Por supuesto, si nos centramos en la gramática, no se cuestionan las realidades, no se cuestionan las experiencias de vida, no se reflexiona sobre estas problemáticas y dificultades para que ellos puedan proponer otras maneras, otras soluciones alternativas y no estén condenados a vivir en este panorama desesperanzador y en esta vida que no les ofrece nada para que ellos vivan dignamente. Entonces, por supuesto, que hacerlo reflexionar implica que ellos entiendan que también todo lo que lleven a sus salón de clase debe permitir el debate y la construcción y la transformación. También a través de la localización del currículo, decirles que hay unas fuerzas del poder, porque también llegan con una visión de la cultura foránea muy aspiracional y es lo ideal. Los materiales son lo mejor, la literatura foránea es lo mejor. O sea, aquí no tenemos nada que valga la pena. ¿Cómo es posible eso? Entonces, cuando creamos esa conciencia de esas fuerzas del poder que todo lo controlan, los materiales, el currículo, la política, las prácticas, las metodologías, las actividades, las estrategias, pues estamos muy mal. ¿Qué estamos haciendo nosotros? Solamente replicar no puede ser, siendo nosotros sujetos políticos, críticos, pensantes. Entonces, cuando les sugerimos que se puede pensar en situar y localizar todo esto que hacemos, ¿cierto?, como maestros, esto permite que ellos hagan espacio para reflexionar sobre las vivencias propias, que tienen todo el significado y la pertenencia para nuestros estudiantes y que los pueden llevar a que se motiven para escribir, para hablar, ahí sí para lo que ellos están pensando y pueden construir también ir más allá de la gramática. Es pertinente mencionar también que la construcción de las intervenciones pedagógicas en el externado es un esfuerzo colectivo que involucra no solamente el maestro y sus estudiantes, involucra otros maestros de otras áreas del saber, involucra el personal administrativo, involucra a los padres de familia, involucra a la comunidad donde viven los estudiantes y está la escuela. Eso es fantástico, porque entonces de esa manera tiene todo el sentido aprender una lengua, porque lo debo emplear hablando y discutiendo sobre temas que son de toda mi pertenencia. Entonces eso hace que se conviertan todos estos actores en los protagonistas de estas intervenciones. Y tienen todo el éxito, sí, la investigación acción en el artículo de Carlitos, que es mecanizada y rutinizada, cuando se hace alrededor de estas temáticas, cambia completamente y hay transformaciones locales en la institución, en los hogares y en la comunidad. Eso es hermosísimo. Entonces, de esta manera se ofrece una oportunidad a los maestros para que innoven, porque innovan en sus prácticas, innovan en sus contextos educativos y, por supuesto, generan saber local, saber pedagógico local pertinente. Por supuesto, también saber empírico, saber experiencial, porque ellos tienen que conocer sus contextos para poder orientar, ¿cierto?, diseñar estas intervenciones pedagógicas. De esa manera, entonces, nosotros estamos motivando a los profesores a innovar en sus contextos pedagógicos. Muchas gracias.
Yamit.
Bueno, yo para poder hacer algún aporte creería que son 3 asuntos los que la innovación nos invita. Primero el qué, y como ya lo señalaron mis compañeros, cuando pensamos en lengua, pues evidentemente hay que permitirle a los estudiantes de pregrado y posgrado entender la tradición que traemos, que tenemos, a la cual también le debemos donde estamos. No podemos negarla, ni podemos atacarla, ni podemos decir que es mala y que todo lo que se hizo, etcétera, ¿no? Que es una posición poco crítica, sino más bien es entender cómo ella se fue construyendo, hasta dónde nos permitió llegar, y a partir de eso, ¿dónde estamos ahora? Yo creo que en el qué tiene que ver primero con la lengua, con el lenguaje, y entonces asumirlo, como ya lo explicaba Astrid, no me voy a extender en eso, en otras lecturas de la lengua, como ejercicios de construcción de significado, de identidad, de sociedad y demás. También creo que ese qué implica la investigación, y es entender, y lo mencionaba Jairo, entender los movimientos que ha tenido la investigación, sobre todo la investigación educativa, a lo largo del siglo XX, un poco, y asumir qué está sucediendo hoy, hacia dónde vamos hoy en el siglo XXI, con ese que en investigación, estudios postestructuralistas, postmodernistas, decoloniales, de construcción, feministas, para que ellos, los estudiantes, comiencen a rebatir lo que creen es investigación, lo que creen es lengua, es decir, es llevarlos a un punto donde ellos mismos se cuestionan, que en última, y experimenten ese cuestionamiento. Eso sería el primer asunto de innovación, es decir, que es el mismo sujeto el que debe vivir ese proceso de quiebre epistémico, con el qué. Después, pues yo creo que hay que trabajar en el cómo, y el cómo es, bueno, si ya entendí que hay unas nuevas formas y comprensiones sobre la lengua, sobre investigación, sobre conocimiento, ahora, desde donde estoy, con las condiciones que señalaba Astrid, y que también creo que indicaba Jairo, ¿qué puedo hacer? ¿Qué opciones, qué modos, qué formas tengo para construir conocimiento que sea situado, que sea útil, pertinente y demás? Ese cómo, me parece que ahí, pues, ya lo mencionaban varias veces Astrid y Jairo, hay que leernos. Y creo que es nuestra responsabilidad como asesores y como académicos colombianos, invitar a nuestros estudiantes de pregrado y posgrado a que lean a académicos del país y del sur global. Yo todavía me encuentro con muchos compañeros que siguen, su lectura y sus trabajos están centrados en autores del norte global, y eso no está mal tampoco, pero la idea es reconocer los aportes del norte global y traerlos a la discusión importante del sur global. Y creo que eso es otro quiebre, otro giro que hay que hacer con los estudiantes, y es que nos leamos a nosotros mismos, que entendamos cuáles son los ejercicios que se están haciendo para romper ciertas hegemonías y ciertas formas de ver la investigación. Entonces yo creo que en el qué, en el cómo y finalmente el por qué, ya lo señalaban Astrid y Jairo, yo creo que muchos de nuestros estudiantes llegan sobre todo en posgrado, llegan a posgrado porque fue que les dijeron que con eso iban a subir de escalafón, que es necesario hacer parte del trabajo, de la evolución en Colombia, que si usted no lo tiene, etcétera, etcétera, etcétera. Y se centran en lo instrumental de ese ejercicio. Creo que hay que ayudarles a entender que aunque eso hace parte de un gran sistema que busca entender la formación posgradual como el acceder a ciertos capitales lingüísticos, culturales y demás, también tiene que ver con cómo resuelvo situaciones, problemáticas, desafíos de mis comunidades y también de las mías propias. Entonces, para mí innovación entonces tiene que ver con esas 3 lecturas, esas preguntas: el qué, el cómo y el para qué o el por qué.
Súper, Yamid, muchas gracias. Bueno, estoy mirando acá que estamos como pasados un poco del tiempo. La conversación está súper chévere, pero pues no podemos continuarla hoy. Espero que se dé en otra ocasión que sigamos hablando de este tema. No sé si Santiago y Jonathan de pronto quieren mostrarnos algunos de los comentarios de Facebook de nuestra audiencia. Y les quiero agradecer a ustedes estar con nosotros hoy, todos sus comentarios, todas sus experiencias, cómo han trabajado en sus distintos contextos. Por acá tenemos un comentario de Derly, egresada de ÚNICA y de la maestría del externado también.
Sí.
Aprender y enseñar en contexto, no podemos hacernos los ciegos con lo que pasa alrededor de nosotros. Por eso es importante quizás hacer la sensibilización de la importancia de investigar. Adriana, que también es egresada del externado y también es profesora de ÚNICA, de la especialización. A mí me encantaba ver la emoción de mi tutora cada vez que llegaba con un hallazgo o había leído algo que quería compartir, o ella veía cosas que me podían servir. Como dice Astrid, hay un compromiso inquebrantable y una sana presión.
A mí me gustaría complementar un poco lo que menciona Adriana aquí, y es que como uno es, digamos, es enseñado, así mismo va a enseñar, ¿no? En mi experiencia, y creo que en la experiencia de Adriana y los que hemos pasado por los cursos o por la supervisión de Astrid, hemos aprendido a ser muy humanos en la enseñanza, en la investigación. Es algo que transforma, y creo que esa es una función también del mentor, ayudar a que nuestros estudiantes vean la educación como lo que es, como algo que transforma, que los transforma a ellos y que ayudará en el futuro también a ellos a transformar a otros, ¿no? Entonces, en ese sentido, yo le agradezco muchísimo a Astrid por las enseñanzas. Hace más de 12 años que terminé la maestría.
Sí, la gente van a ser de la edad, Jairito. Sí, yo también quisiera comentar, ya que lo traes a colación, que para mí el ejercicio de la docencia, el acto educativo, tiene que estar permeado por el amor, completamente atravesado. Yo soy una apasionada y una cariñosa y una extremadamente afectuosa asesora. Y si no lo hago así, no me siento yo. Entonces, para mí es prácticamente esencial el afecto, muy importante, tanto en el aprendizaje de enseñanza de lenguas como en la investigación, porque si no, ¿en qué estamos? Eso es lo que nos queda para ser felices y para transformar también. ¿Sí? Que no seamos tan fríos y tan distantes. Yo no podría disfrutar de un aprendizaje con alguien frío y distante. Eso ya me incomoda, porque si no estoy entre iguales, ¿sí? Que nos podamos manifestar lo que sentimos, pues es muy triste en realidad la enseñanza o el acto educativo. Muchas gracias.
Dice Carolina, totalmente de acuerdo con Astrid, lo evidenciado, el cariño compromete. Yamit, ¿quisieras hacer algún apunte de cierre?
Muy interesante los comentarios que están haciendo las personas que nos están viendo y nos escuchaban, y comparto con ellos mucho de lo que señalan sobre la importancia de que el ejercicio les permita desarrollar un sentido de pertenencia sobre su propia investigación y sobre su propio ser como investigador. Y creo que nadie nace investigador. Todos los que estamos acá hemos pasado por procesos formativos y somos hijos de esos procesos formativos, con unos grandes aprendizajes que nos permiten, a partir de ellos, compartir a la nueva generación de colegas que se está formando. Pero creo que es importante, entonces, al entender que esto es un recorrido, esto es un itinerario, también hacerle sentido a los estudiantes de pregrado y posgrado que está bien vivir ciertos procesos. Es normal el querer hacer ejercicios de lengua como instrumento. Eso es parte del ejercicio. Y nosotros como asesores, nuestra labor es hacer entender que eso es natural, pero que hay otras formas, hay otras maneras de acercarse. Entonces creo que para recoger las voces de lo que alcancé a leer en los comentarios, es importante dar a entender que el ser investigador y hacer investigación es un itinerario que da cuenta de quiénes somos, de dónde estamos, y que nos permite reconfigurarnos, que nos permite redescubrirnos, que nos permite cuestionarnos. Y al hacer eso, estamos transformándonos inicialmente nosotros, que somos los primeros llamados a reconfigurarnos, a retransformarnos. Yo siento que no podemos transformar ni construir nada nuevo si nosotros seguimos siendo los mismos. Entonces, todos los ejercicios arrancan con uno mismo, y con eso cerraría mi reflexión.
Muchas gracias, Yamit. Muchas gracias, Jairo. Muchas gracias, Astrid.
Mucho gusto. Gracias
acá nos dice nuestra rectora que muchas gracias por la moderación y gracias a los panelistas por las contribuciones. Fue un placer tenerlos en Research in Action.
Muchas gracias.
Buenas tardes. Hemos llegado al final del 19º Congreso Research in Action y es mi tarea proporcionar algunas observaciones finales. Es una tarea triste porque cerramos la puerta a un debate animado y estimulante, así como a despedirse de amigos y colegas. Sin embargo, es un privilegio y un honor estar a cargo de esta tarea. Es una reunión de invitados tan distinguidos de diferentes universidades del país. En nombre de nuestra rectora María Lucía Casas y en el mío, quiero darles mis más sinceros agradecimientos por aceptar este llamado a compartir estas 2 jornadas de diálogo académico. Research in Action no es tan solo un congreso semestral o un encuentro momentáneo, sino una oportunidad de crear lazos, de construir conocimientos y establecer relaciones académicas duraderas en las que podamos mantener una conversación constante que nutra nuestra labor académica. Agradecemos la labor como mentores y como investigadores que cada uno de ustedes está llevando a cabo en sus diferentes contextos y además su generosidad en compartir sus conocimientos, su experiencia y sus logros con nuestra comunidad. En la sesión de apertura dije que esperaba que aprendiéramos nuevas ideas de los demás, ideas que pudiéramos adoptar para mejorar aún más nuestro ejercicio como docentes mentores de futuros docentes y en el caso de nuestros estudiantes como futuros investigadores que pudieran ver ejemplos de investigaciones en curso. Hemos escuchado muchas presentaciones interesantes y útiles ayer y hoy. Las sesiones plenarias abordaron el tema central que nos reúne, el rol del docente como mentor de la investigación en educación bilingüe y la enseñanza de las lenguas. Nuestras mentes han sido asaltadas por un torrente de ideas, información, interpretaciones y visiones interesantísimas y probablemente pasarán 1 o 2 días antes de que podamos examinarlos todos y consolidar nuestra propia perspectiva. De hecho, hay mucho sobre lo que reflexionar y si esto de alguna manera mejora nuestras contribuciones individuales y colectivas para cumplir con los desafíos de ser docentes, investigadores y buenos mentores, entonces el Congreso puede ser considerado un verdadero éxito. Nuestro profundo agradecimiento a los doctores Liliana Cuesta, Rigoberto Castillo y Raúl Mora por mostrarnos de manera detallada y clara las maneras en las que acompañan a sus mentorados en el proceso de convertirse en docentes investigadores. Docentes que producen conocimiento, escriben, publican, participan en conferencias y construyen redes de trabajo que propenden por el mejoramiento de la enseñanza de las lenguas. Agradecemos también al panel de expertos liderados por nuestro querido decano, el doctor Carlos Granados, la doctora Astrid Núñez y los profesores Yamid Fandiño y Jairo Castañeda por poner en la mesa de debate sus experiencias como investigadores y como mentores. Agradecimientos y felicitaciones también a los ponentes que compartieron sus trabajos de grado de maestría, especialización y pregrado. Nuestra Sofía Sánchez, I'm so proud of you, girl. You did a great job. Julia Africano, Diana Caicedo, Diego Alejandro Niño, Ángela Hurtado y Franci García Torres. Ustedes son el ejemplo latente de que en tiempos tan turbulentos como los que atravesamos en este momento en nuestro país, los docentes salvamos el día dando lo mejor de nosotros en el aula. Gracias infinitas a los docentes del comité organizador del Congreso, profesores Carlos Granados y Carolina Rodríguez. Sin ustedes esto no hubiese sido posible. Y a nuestra rectora María Lucía Casas por sus aportes a la organización de la agenda, siempre tan pertinentes. A los queridos estudiantes de la clase de Research 2, gracias por encargarse de ser los anfitriones del evento. Gracias a Andrés Martínez y a Carolina de la Dirección de Comunicaciones y a nuestra audiencia por el entusiasmo mostrado a lo largo del evento, por sus preguntas y sus comentarios. Hasta una nueva oportunidad y seguiremos este diálogo en otros espacios. Muchísimas gracias a todos y que tengan una feliz tarde.